All right. Hi, everyone. Welcome. Can everyone hear us all right?
Yep.
Yep.
Yeah, no problem. Good morning.
Good morning. All right. Well, I think people will trickle in, but we have a full schedule, so we will get started. Welcome to the fourth Sacog 2022 Travel Model User Conference. This is our second virtual conference. Couple notes to go over at the start. Just a reminder, this meeting is being recorded. We have this up so everybody is welcome to participate, but please mute while you're listening. You can use the chat window for any questions or comments, and there's going to be interactive polls throughout the meeting. We'll also have Q&A time given after each presentation, so there'll be plenty of time to respond. We encourage everybody to use their videos. If you feel more comfortable having it off, that's fine as well. And then if you have any questions throughout, please just raise your virtual hand and the moderator will pick you up. So I want to start off by introducing our team, and then after that we'll have a brief agenda and introduce the whole group because we want to hear who's all on this virtual conference. So first of all, thanks for coming. This is a travel modeling conference, so this is not the full Sacog staff, but really just the core group that is involved in SACSIM and the travel model user group at Sacog. So first I want to introduce Yan Mei-O, who's the data analysis team manager. And this is the umbrella of two teams that we have. The first is the data mapping services, which is Jeannie Hong, who's not actually here today. She's at another conference, but she's the lead for any of the GIS and data work that you may be familiar with accessing from Sacog. And then finally, on the other side, we have the transportation modeling and analysis team, TMAT. I am the lead of that team. My name's Kyle Shipley. And then we have Shengyi Gao and Darren Conley. And we have two new members to the team since last conference. Ibrahim Atani is our newest transportation analyst. And then Yiseng Zhang is our transportation intern. He is currently he's a PhD candidate at UC Davis in the transportation engineering department. So really happy to have both of them on board, and we have lots to do, so we couldn't do it without them. Today we also have Brenu Ibrahim, and she is the MTP SCS, also known as the 2024 Blueprint project manager today. She's going to be giving us an overview of the blueprint and what we're going to do. And Dov Kaden, who is our land use team lead, also very involved in the MTP SCS blueprint, and he'll give a bit of our base here on how we collect that for the blueprint, as well as our land use forecasting. They'll also be here for any additional questions, so feel free to ask additional questions in the chat or during their presentations this morning. That should say 2022, but this is just kind of a brief overview of the sessions. So the format we're doing this year virtually is three 3-hour sessions virtually on Zoom. We'll have a 15-minute break in each session, but please feel free to take care of your own needs, walk around, stretch, and take any breaks you need throughout the sessions. There's going to be a lot of content, and so want you to feel like you don't have to wait for every single break. But we will have a 15-minute break between each of this 3-hour sessions. Today there will be a morning session and afternoon session, and then tomorrow we'll have one additional session in the morning only. You're welcome to attend all sessions, one or two, drop in and out. That's the beauty of doing this virtually. We'd love to have it in person again, but at the moment, the virtual allows us to have much more people and a broader audience attend. So this first morning session is really an introduction. So looking for anybody, maybe you've heard of the travel model, maybe you've heard of the blueprint and you just want to learn more. We'll have a overview of what the blueprint is. As I mentioned, Benu is here to give us an introduction. And then I will be giving an introduction to SACSIM23, which is our new travel demand model. We also will have a presentation from Darren Conley on the PEP, which is the project evaluation or performance project evaluation assessment. Excuse me, I have too many acronyms, and that's part of the blueprint. So a lot of this is really oriented to what we're doing and why we're doing it, and then what are the new tools this year. The afternoon session will really focus on what all of the development that has gone into the new SACSIM23 model. There's a lot of new features, functionality, and again, this is our first release of the model. I should mention we're not even, this is a beta version, but we want to get feedback, and we really wanted to have this opportunity to allow users to share their thoughts while we're still in the developmental stages of the blueprint and our travel demand model. We update this every 4 years, so this is really the start of this new cycle. And finally, tomorrow's session will be much more technical. We will have the consultants from RSG. They're the developers of DaySim, which is the core activity-based model, and they will be giving a presentation on some of the new estimations that we've incorporated from the 2018 Household Travel Survey. We will also be kicking off a beta test group. So what this is this will allow you to really get your hands on to the new SACSIM23 model before it's out. This is an opportunity to see what the differences are and really have a chance to test the model interface and changes before it's out. Again, we're looking for feedback. I believe in the invite, there should have been a link that you can select if you'd like to be part of the beta test group. If you have not selected that, please reach out to myself or any of the other Sacog contacts, and we can have you at that. So we ask anybody that wants to attend the beta test group to please attend tomorrow's meeting, where we will be kicking off the introduction for that as well. So with that, we want to hear a little bit about who is in the audience, and Hannah, I believe, has a couple of polls set up, so we can get a little bit of real-time feedback of where everybody is from, what you do for your work, and share who's in this conference.
Hi, Kyle. Sorry, a little bit of technical difficulties. Can you launch the poll?
Sure. Can you help walk me through it, Hannah?
Yes, if you look at the bottom of your screen next to participants. In this
Can you
one,
see it up?
Introduction.
All right, let me know if you can see that. So I launched the tell us about your organization, and I see there's one input, so I think it's working. Great.
It looks like we're getting some thumbs up, so people can see it.
Great, and while we'll give a couple more minutes for people to enter. One of the reasons that we launched this user conference 4 years ago was really to better understand the broad spectrum of users of SACSIM. There's not only our local member agencies, but there's other state agencies, university institutions, and many other consultants all work in this field. So this helped us get a broader sense of who's all using the tool, what projects they're working on, and how we can better improve to meet all the different user needs. All right, so looks like we're reaching almost critical mass. We have about 80% of the participants that have entered. So I'll give a couple more seconds and then we'll share the results. All right, can everyone see the results now? Hannah, can you help me out? It all looks the same on my screen.
Sorry, it's not showing up on my screen. You should be able to say share results and then you can close the poll.
Okay,
I can see it.
you could see it. Oh, great, thank you. I think I just closed the results.
Perfect.
All right, so I will just quickly read out loud in case some can't see it, but it looks like we have about 25% city government, 24% to be exact. This is a data group, so we can use the exact percentages. 18% from state government, 3% from university institutions, and 45% from consulting, and an additional 3% other. So wide range of participants, and yeah, thank you again for all participating. All right. I think with that, I will stop sharing my screen. And first we have the new Ibrahim, who will be giving us a presentation on the blueprint.
Thanks, Kyle. And good morning, everybody. It's so good to see such a variety of folks from experts from all the areas. So I just want to give an overview of what Blueprint is before we go into the details of the modeling. Let me start sharing my screen. Okay, give me a thumbs up or something if you can see my screen now. Can you? Okay, thank you. Okay, so we all know that I'm talking to the experts here. So most of you know what Blueprint is and why we are doing it and all those reasons. I just want to remind everybody, just give a refresher. And also, a lot of the heavy lift that the modeling folks do at Sacog is getting ready to give us performance metrics that will align with our Blueprint goals and principles. And as you're going through this, please keep that lens in your mind as you are looking at it and provide feedback and help us make our model better so that we will be in a better position to answer some of the questions that will help us get our policies and strategies aligned with our goals. So that's the main reason I am doing this overview, so that for the rest of the 2 days, your focus, one of the focus you can use is through the lens of how can we do this better for Blueprint. So with that, what is Blueprint? It's a very good place to start. Am I glitching?
No,
Yeah.
Manu, you're okay.
Okay, thank you. So Blueprint is, in very simple terms, our long-range plan, previously known as the MTP-ACS, and we decided that this is another acronym that we can stop using. It used to be the Metropolitan Transportation Plan and Sustainable Community Strategies. So we rebranded it as the Blueprint. as a kind of a note towards our original blueprint that helped us to get our compact land use and all the implementation of how we develop our land use and transportation. So this is just it combines the land use forecast and transportation needs to meet the varying transportation needs of the residents in our Sacog region. It's a plan that creates an integrated multimodal transportation system paired with an efficient land use pattern that basically connects housing to jobs or work or education and recreational opportunities. We update this plan every 4 years. Why do we do this plan? We need a plan for a variety of reasons. This plan is a forward-looking plan, but it has some requirements. As an MPO, we have to meet certain federal and state requirements, and having this plan helps us to meet all the requirements. This is also a shared regional vision of its future. The plan, more importantly, provides an opportunity for us to identify what are some of the regional priorities and increase our chances of getting the competitive grant opportunities. So these are all things that are obvious and that we are required to do. But there are some unique features that is just unique to Sacramento region that is important as well to touch upon. One of the reasons is that our region is diverse. It's diverse in terms of both communities and residents. And we need a plan that will address the diverse needs of our region. 80% of our region's land use is classified as rural and 20% is urban. 90% of the housing is located in the urban areas and less than 10% in the rural region. So that means we need different modes of transportation and different needs that need to be met. And it's also diverse in terms of its demographics. In 2000, 64% of our residents in the region were non-Hispanic whites. By 2029, that came to 51%. The Hispanic and Asian population in our region is continuing to grow steadily. The latest census data shows that the 51% of non-Hispanic white has shrunk even further. So we are diverse in terms of demographics as well. Another reason is that our region is growing. It's growing at a fast pace, and we need a plan that can address our region's growing needs. The region has grown in population from 1.9 million in 2000 to over 2.5 million in 2020. This steady population growth over the last 5 years has placed us as the fastest growing region in the state. And we have found that one of the reasons for the population growth is the shift in population from the coastal regions to inland. So all this create some transportation challenges for our region. The quick growth, the diverse quality of our residents, this has all made it like we have a VMT. Our VMT in our region is increasing at a fast rate too. We are, in terms of VMT per capita, we are only the second largest city. We are right behind San Diego. And while the VMT per capita, the difference might be a small difference when compared to all the area, this puts a lot of stress on us meeting our greenhouse gas goals. What about the payment condition? That is deteriorating too. The overall road payment conditions is going, and the need for the repairs are going up, and the costs for those are still going up. So we need a strategy to stretch our limited dollars to expand and maintain the transportation system. As I mentioned, the road conditions, there is not enough funding to cover all the worsening road condition, and the road construction costs are going up. In terms of what we are assuming in terms of gas tax revenues, that with the more efficient cars and vehicles that are on the road, we are having a gap in our gas tax revenues to meet the needs of all the transportation challenges that we need to meet. So we need a plan to address how to fill that gap and to make sure all the transportation priorities are taken care of in the region. So what does the plan do? In simple words, the plan helps to address to improve the quality of life of the residents. It lays out a path for having more homes near major job centers so that you can travel less and provide more accessibility, provide more options of getting around. It also lays out a path for improving our air quality, preserving our open space and natural resources, and bolstering our agricultural economy. We also we attempt to do a better job of addressing the needs or the mobility needs of all residents, no matter how different their needs are, provide more transit service. Basically, just connect the communities better so that the overall driving time is less. How is the plan organized? Our plan is composed of mainly 5 components. The first and foremost is a growth projection. The projection set the population, employment, and household totals for the plan horizon year based on long-term growth trends, demographics, and economic data. The next step is the land use forecast. Was there a question? I'm sorry.
இப்ப எங்களுக்கு காத்தால தானே தொட்டா காத்தால 9:20 ஆகுது.
All right, I will continue. The next step is the land use forecast, and we coordinate with local agency staff to forecast the land use allocation and transportation project list. And Dov will be talking about how we do the land use forecast and the kind of work that we do to collaborate with our local partners right after this presentation. Then we do a revenue forecast, and we overlay our land use and transportation projects to develop our transportation investments. These are the first 3 parts that we do, which will be used as the input for our travel modeling and forecasting. The 4th part, which is the performance outcomes, is we provide the input to the model and we run the model so that we can determine if we are able to achieve all the goals that I mentioned earlier in the previous slides, and come up with performance outcome that can then be translated into policies and strategies. And the final step is that the board adopts these policies and strategies. So what is unique about this particular plan, which we are calling the 2024 update of Blueprint? Every 4 years, we get a chance to revisit what we have promised to undertake and just look at what are the challenges that we are seeing in the region, what are our priorities, what are the residents and our community telling us, and readjust the goals. So this round, we have taken on an ambitious triple bottom line framework as our goals for the plan. The 3 E's, which constitute the triple bottom line, are equity, economy, and environment. You have probably heard a lot about the environment because we have a federally required air quality conformity that we need to meet. And we have heard about the state mandated SB375, the greenhouse gas targets. And economy is something that is the backbone of every community. The new and the challenge that we have this time is to translate what equity means into a plan and then come up with performance outcomes that will show us some indication of how close we are meeting it, or if we are off the mark by a lot, how can we get closer? So what is equity? It's a mouthful, so I'll just give a couple of seconds for you to read it. So the way Sacog has defined equity is a just and inclusive region where investments are made in historically marginalized communities, so that race can no longer be used to predict health or economic outcome, and the outcome of lower income residents are improved. So the question is, how does this statement translate into questions for the blueprint? And how can we use some of our performance indicators to show this? So an example of a question you can ask is, how does the increased transportation investment in areas of high concentration of minorities be increased? Or it could be improved safety in communities of concern. Should we invest more in areas where there are more deterioration in our payment condition, or maybe transit or something like that? Perhaps increase the transit access to essential destinations like hospitals or schools for disadvantaged communities. A different way of asking it could be providing more mobility choices, or is it by increasing the percentage of small lot or attached housing in high opportunity areas so that it becomes more affordable to people? So these are some of the questions that we are pondering so that we can get an answer on where we are as a region in terms of equity and how can we improve it. The second E is economy. Cycog has defined economy as a diverse regional economy built on the expansion of key economic clusters, including agriculture and food, health science, and innovative mobility. An inclusive economy in which all people have access to resources that give them the opportunity to realize their full potential. Basically, this is about improving the quality of life of the people. So this can be translated as an example question we can ask to address economy in the planners. How can we, in Blueprint, prioritize infrastructure investments and growth patterns that support the region's key economic clusters, such as the food and ag, health and life sciences, or advanced mobility? So by the way, the picture that you are seeing is of the Ag Start in Woodland. It's a lab space for research and development to support our agricultural economy. Part of this was developed as part of our economic prosperity plan that we developed as a regional partnership with Sacog, Valley Vision, GSAC, Metro Chamber, and Asian Chamber. Just wanted to mention that in case you didn't get the connection between economy and office space. So another question we can ask is, what investment does a region need to make to improve our competitive standing among peer regions across the country, looking to grow, attract, and retain a talented workforce? How can we better facilitate connected communities so that business owners and residents have better access and opportunities to thrive? These are just a few of the questions that we are trying to address as part of the plan update. The third and the last E is environment. A safe and resilient region for all residents where natural resources and air quality are sustainably managed so people can thrive here for generations. This translates into how can MTPAC's transportation investments and strategy growth planning reduce carbon emissions in the region. Or another way of asking this would be, how can MTPACS prioritize infrastructure investments and growth patterns that will help make the region more resilient in the face of climate change? This is the forestry tour that we did in El Dorado County. This is the Ice House Lake. Both drought and fire are major concerns here. The forest management and water issues are really major issues. We want to prioritize our environment in such a way that we provide recreational opportunities and water for residents and agriculture and build an ecosystem. So how can we address some of these concerns through our plan? How can MTPSCS reduce or mitigate harmful tailpipe emissions and other automobile-related pollutants that negatively contribute to health, such as asthma, heart disease, and lung disease? We want to take a stab and see if we can address some of the health metrics through this plan. Again, I just want to say that these are some of the examples of questions that we would endeavor to answer during the plan process. These are not the exhaustive list of questions. It's just a list of the sample questions that we were trying to answer. So again, I just want to reiterate that as you go through the rest of the day and the rest of the presentation that Dov and Kyle and Darren and everybody else is providing you, one of the lens that I would encourage you to look at and provide feedback and help us improve our model is, how can we address, are we doing the right thing in looking at this variable or certain indicator? And is it something that we can do better? And how are we on the right track? So these are some of the questions that we would love to hear your feedback on. So moving on. This is our work plan. So we start with having a policy framework, which our board adopted back in February. The policy framework included both the triple bottom line and a growth forecast. So it set our horizon year as 2050, and we will try to achieve the triple bottom line through all the projects and analysis and the forecast that we are trying to do. It also sets our employment and population control totals for the year 2050. The next process is defining a pathway framework, which we got feedback from our board back in March. And staff is right now trying to develop a couple of different pathways so that we can start answering some of these questions. So I just want to highlight where we are right now. So we are at a point where we are starting to develop the pathways, which brings up to the question of what are pathways? In order to understand the land use and transportation decisions we make today and how they will affect the future, and to identify strategies that can remain durable across a range of futures, we are undertaking a scenario planning exercise known as pathways. In the past, we have called it scenario planning. Right now, we are calling it pathways because we want to look at completely different paths and help us to understand where we will land or what we can learn through this process. So it's basically a learning exercise to compare the differences between wide set of futures, focusing on land use and transportation investments. And we want to learn how the land use and transportation investments interact to contribute to our triple bottom line goals. We want to learn how we can compare the different scenarios that we will get to in 2050 and understand the patterns that will help us reduce environmental impacts, ensure economic growth, and reverse historic patterns of disinvestment in our region. So I mentioned that the focus is on land use and transportation, but I do want to say that there are plenty of other variables that will affect the outcome, such as telework or work from home, which is a big deal right now due to the pandemic and our shift in how we work. Emerging technologies, pricing, So we will be doing a sensitivity testing on all these variables to learn how they will impact our outcomes. And this is another area where I know we will be going in depth in the modeling in the coming presentations on how the model is going to address these variables. So we are proposing to do 3 different pathways. Each of the pathway will utilize the population and housing and employment growth projections that the board adopted in February as part of the policy framework. And each of the pathways will explore a slightly different theme. So pathway one explores the theme of outward expansion. This is not extrapolating history, but it is accelerating the recent outward expansion trends that we are seeing in the recent years. This is more focused on increased growth in developing communities. This will provide the most rural residential and large single lot family housing. The focus on new capacity highway projects will be to meet the mobility needs. This pathway has the highest number of new roads and capacity projects. The transit service will focus on geographic coverage rather than providing more frequency of service. The bike and pet facilities will focus on connecting developing communities to existing network. So this is basically building out the way the current trend is going on and trying to see what we can learn from that. Pathway 2 is compact growth and phased expansion. This is also our current adopted 2020 MTP SES, but updated to current conditions. And when I say current condition, I mean like the updated base year. 2020 MTP SES base year was 2016. We updated to 2020, which is our current base year, and update the growth projections and reflect today's market conditions. Transportation projects from 2020 MTP will update it based on completed and modified projects. New transportation investment will be included where growth patterns has shifted, and transit service will focus on increased service hours. The third and the last theme is inward expansion. This is directly opposite to our first pathway, which was outward expansion. So vast majority of our future growth will occur in infill areas, such as centers and corridors and established communities. This pathway is intended to explore the performance implication of a future that departs from today's land use trends. And capacity projects will be used to address bottlenecks and congestion. So I just wanted to pause a second and say that as we go through the rest of the conference, you will hear from Dov on land use components and how we are developing the land use to address each of these pathways. And you will hear from Kyle and his team on different features that will be used in the model to answer some of the key questions that I explained earlier relating to the triple bottom line, especially the equity component. And the relation, trying to understand the relation between land use and transportation investments and how they impact equity and economy and environmental. So we are looking forward to your feedback on what you think might help us achieve those goals. So the entire work plan of this blueprint is we started the work last year. We completed our policy framework. The plan adoption is set for February 2024. And we are currently, as I mentioned earlier, focused on pathway development. And I just want to mention the next path, we are in the phase 2 of this. And I just want to mention that our next biggest goal is to develop each of these 3 pathways that I mentioned and test them which will be the biggest strain on our modeling and data analytics group to come up with the new performance measures that will help us answer this question. With that, I will pause for any questions.
Hi, Banu. Okay, I see Ron's question, but we're going to start with Eric's. Will there be a no build pathway included, at least for those projects that are reasonably assumed funded?
Okay, so the pathways are meant for us to learn about a different scenario. It is not really about build, no build analysis. It is for us to understand what would the future look like if we decide to do an outward expansion or an inward expansion. So it's not about what is a build and a no build, but I understand your question. This is what we learned from this pathway exercise will be used to develop a preferred pathway. And I'm not saying that we are going to pick the projects that are the best projects to get into the project. That's a different exercise altogether. This is more of just a learning exercise. So there is not going to be a no build pathway. A no build pathway would be what is out there today. I hope that helps explains it, or that answers your question, or did it have a different take?
Erin, feel free to unmute if you need further clarification.
Yeah, that was it. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Thank you, Banu. And this one, I will go back to Ron's question and I'll open it up to Dov as well as Banu. What will Sacog be changing in the blueprint to reflect the 2018 and 2020 Senate Bill 150 reports that reveal that past MPO, RTP, SES forecasts of the VMT greenhouse gases are not being realized?
Thanks, Ron. We are talking about that in-house right now. And one of the focus this round is to make sure that whatever implementation path we take on, the focus is heavily on meeting what we are saying in our plan, that we have to follow through. There's a plan built, and then there is the implementation work. And the focus will be heavily on implementation this round to make sure that we meet the targets that we said we will meet by the year we meet it.
Yeah, Ron, I think that's a fantastic question that obviously we're wrestling with every day. I mean, I think, as Banu said, it's all going to be about implementation this cycle. And I think there's a really big interest in being a little bit more explicit about the policies and implementing actions that would be required of both us and, frankly, the things that are also directly outside of our control. So it's going to be, again, a little bit more explicit about what we would need to do and what other stakeholders would need to do in order to meet the targets.
Thank you, Dov. Thank you, Banu. And we'll do the second question from Ron. For the blueprint model to be useful for subsequent projects like general plans and CEQA compliance for individual projects, is it probable, is it probable of my post or reasonably foreseeable land use and transportation network inputs? This could be the no build scenario that Erin noted.
I think I will let the experts, Kyle and his team, answer that one.
Sure. So I think we've had a couple initial conversations with Caltrans, and I believe we still have some further meetings to better understand the needs of this no build and what it means. At this point, as Banu mentioned, it's not part of the pathways exercise, but that's not to say we can't release modeling data that or have one-on-one help for projects if this is something that's a need to get through new CEQA documents. So I think we can follow up on this and better understand needs and requirements of this snow build. We definitely are looking at probable and reasonable, foreseeable projects, fully funded projects, and that's going to be something that's going in the PEP work that Darren's working on. So we are gathering this information, but unclear exactly how this will be reflected as part of the 2024 blueprint. But we will definitely follow up on this item.
Yeah, Kyle, maybe just a quick suggestion as you guys go through all your different inputs, and that's, land use, transportation, as well as the model parameters, things like a VMT tax. It would be helpful if you guys put them into like little categories of, here are the things that are part of the plan. Here are the things that do fall into the category of probable or reasonably foreseeable, versus here are the things that might be aspirational that have been included for purposes of compliance with the SES, for example. Because what ends up happening in reality is every application we do after you finish the plan is we strip out a bunch of your input parameters, such as the VMT tax or the reversible managed lanes and those kinds of things. So the model becomes less relevant for planning purposes until we make those changes so we can comply with CEQA or for a general plan. So we're trying to close that gap so that you don't have a model that requires that much modification, and then also produces what I put in the first question, produces outputs that do match your SES targets, but in reality aren't being achieved because you're not controlling the implementation. So whether that's create a new scenario that at least reflects a business as usual, or whatever you want to call it, the no build, as well as whatever your official plan version is. It's nice to know what it would take to get to the greenhouse gas targets, but it's also, I think, important for us to have something like that available to the practitioners, for local applications.
Yeah, thanks for the clarification, Ron. I don't know the answer to the initial feasible or not feasible with regards to the managed lanes. I think that's something we still need to coordinate with Caltrans and the other agencies. But I do hear you on the reasonably feasible projects, and we are currently gathering project data and doing quite a bit of a revamp. There's been other meetings on the new, basically it's kind of a map interface to gather just a lot more project data than we have in the past. San Shelton is heading that up, and that's currently working with all the member agencies, and so it's a back and forth. So we hope to have a larger list that can get to some of those distinctions that you just described of taking projects in or out or portions of it. So more to come on that, and feel free to reach out directly to myself or Sam Shelton if you have further questions on that.
Thank you, Ron. I'm also happy to coordinate a meeting with anyone you'd like to talk to. And we'll move on to the next question. What's the major difference between Pathway 2 and Pathway 3? And I'll direct this to Banu or Dov.
You want me to start on land use, Banu?
Sure.
Okay. Yeah, so Pathway 2, and I'll probably go into a little bit more to this in my presentation, but Pathway 2 is intended to kind of reflect the land use pattern and set of transportation investments that were in the adopted plan, updated per current conditions, meaning new base year, there's been changes in proposed plans and the viability of certain specific plans as well. So we do sort of an update to current conditions, but you should think of the land use and transportation scenario as mimicking what we did in the last plan in terms of infill and greenfield splits and things like that, product type splits. Pathway 3 is significantly more aggressive in terms of how much infill growth is anticipated. So the vast majority of growth is happening in those infill areas for Pathway 3. It's intended to be kind of the compact development pattern bookend to the three pathways. And then I don't know if, I mean, I think you can kind of surmise what the differences in the transportation investments will be between those two. It's going to be more transportation investments serving infill areas, but I don't know if anyone else from the team wants to elaborate on that.
I think what Dov mentioned is that's exactly right. It's going to be transportation investments that pair with that pathways land use. We're putting together a project screening criteria, and that will help us determine what projects go into which pathway.
Perfect. If there's nothing else to add, we'll move on to the next question. Mr. Gibb asked, if I caught this right, land use is given before the transportation plan or performance. Are you still not getting into land use modeling or for ARB using the NCST calculator or another approach?
I can try this one. So it's an interesting question, actually, because I think the term land use modeling can kind of mean different things depending on who you ask. If you're asking, do we have a socioeconomic model? The answer is no. So like an urban sim or like a PICUS type situation, we do not have that software. And that's not how we do our land use forecast. It's a little bit more deterministic. And again, I'll go in a little bit more to the detail on our process in my presentation for that. But it is sort of iterative. I wouldn't say it's just purely top down from land use to transportation. There's, I think, maybe a little more of that happening as a part of the pathways. But as we settle into the drought preferred scenario down the line, there's quite a bit of iteration that happens back and forth between the travel model and the land use forecast. So there's a lot of like passing back and forth and looking at performance in across different metrics of certain areas, and then making adjustments to the forecast to kind of reflect what we've seen in terms of results. But it is not a model in the sense that we're not putting in a set of land use controls and transportation investments in a network and then running some sort of model and having it spit out land use. And then I don't know, Kyle, maybe you can touch on whether we're using NCST calculator. I don't think we are. I mean it's being considered, but the main outputs are from the travel model. Is that right, Kyle?
That's correct. We do work closely with the developers, UC Davis and the NCST calculator, but ultimately it's not used for SB 375 VMT analysis for a number of reasons. We have a lot of roadways that are not necessarily in the current state for the calculator. As well as it's built for projects and looking at long-term induced demand, I should say. And we pair with the land use and the transportation project. So looking at a holistic view of the region's land use and transportation pairing, it captures at least part of that induced demand. And we can provide further documentation and discussion on that if you'd like. This is definitely a robust topic that we will not be able to solve today, I should say, but it's a great question, and I think many in the industry are trying to look at the best way to use these tools and integrate with or compare with our travel demand models. And to just reiterate what Dov said, we don't have an economic deterministic land use transportation integrated model, but we do go back and forth, and it's not just a one-off start with land use and drop into transportation. It's definitely an iterative process. That's where we use our expert land use review, socioeconomic forecasts, and then do the iterative process through these pathways to ultimately come up with a preferred scenario.
Thank you, Kyle and Dov. We'll move on to Ravi's question. I'll open this up to Dov as well as Banu. Could you briefly touch on Blueprint's definition of urban and rural?
Well, they're using different contexts. I think the sort of main framework that we use for kind of bucketing our land use types across the region are our community types. And we have 4, or I guess 5 of those. And the first is kind of like centers and corridors, which is sort of our very urban areas. It's like downtowns and commercial corridors and main streets and things like that. And then there's a second kind of infill area called established communities. So I'm not sure exactly where you're referencing the urban word, but sometimes when we say infill, we mean the centers and corridors and established communities. And then there's sort of the non-infill areas, right, which are our developing communities, which are largely like greenfield specific plans and master plans. And then a second kind of non-infill areas, the rural residential areas, which you're referencing here, which are areas that, you know, allow for very large lots, single family homes. They're not like engaged in agriculture or anything, but they don't really have, you know, a specific plan or master plan associated with them. And then of course there's agricultural and natural lands and areas not designated for growth, and those are more agricultural or working lands. So I'm not sure if I totally answered your question there, but that's kind of the framework that we use for different land use categories.
Thank you, Dav. How is Sacog planning on addressing the increasing need for land use scenarios to calculate VMT impacts of induced demand?
Well, I think it's sort of getting back to our conversation earlier about the NCST calculator and the travel model. I mean, I think we're attempting to reflect induced demand through outputs from the travel model, but there's also it goes the other direction as well. I mean, we certainly cannot. We will not be able to turn in an SCS to ARB that that has, you know, no land use growth around a new set of transportation investments. So there is a pairing and a marrying of the transportation investments and land use that happens. In terms of the need for more scenarios, I think that's what we're trying to do with the pathways. We have the three different pathways that reflect 3 different futures, each with a different set of married transportation investments and land use futures. So that's our attempt at kind of trying to capture that.
Perfect. Thank you, Dav. And it looks like the next question is from Justin Hardy. How is Sacog addressing and balancing the required housing needs in our housing element with the lack of current availability to effectively reduce VMT in any measurable way? Could this potentially affect grant funding?
I'll start again, and then maybe Banu can jump into. But yes, so the regional housing needs allocation and methodology by which we distribute those numbers. There's a statutory requirement of internal consistency between that and our MTP-SCS. So I know we're actually running a little bit over time, and I'd love to nerd out on this and talk more about the distinctions between those and how they are consistent, but maybe we can have an offline conversation if you're interested. But they are consistent and intend to be in the next plan. And then, yeah, maybe Banu, you can also touch on this, but yes, there is a very real risk of, if we do not hit our GHG target in our plan, not being eligible for a whole swath of competitive transportation funding that have a threshold requirement of a viable MTP-SCS. Anything you want to add there, Banu?
No, you touched on it perfectly. This is something that I lose sleep over most days. So yes, the whole plan relies on us having a path where we can meet our greenhouse gas targets and the skew of other requirements that we have to meet. If we do not meet that, whether it is federally required or state mandated, we lose lot of opportunity to go after grant funding. Potentially, we lose our ability to bring new money into the region, which will have a lot of adverse effects. So I agree with what Dale said. So that's basically the biggest challenge of every plan, and this plan is no different. I do want to mention that we have a wonderful set of questions, so I appreciate everybody asking those questions. We will have the presentations that Dov is giving, and Kyle and Jaren and everybody else is giving through the rest of the afternoon to address these same questions once again. So don't feel like if you miss this chance, you won't be able to ask this again.
Yes, thank you, Banu. This has been a great conversation. We are going to move on to Dov's presentation, and he will address some of these comments. And in the chat, you'll see one of our staff will be responding to some of the questions about modeling. So just keep putting those questions in the chat, and they'll be addressed. Thank you so much.
All right, great discussion so far, and actually a lot of teasing, I think, of some of the things I'll be talking about here. So might be able to skip some of this stuff because we've already covered it. But yeah, so I'm going to start here by talking about our existing conditions, or what we call our 2020 base year. And then I'll move on after that to just how we approach the land use forecast for the MTP-SES, which of course we're calling Blueprint this cycle. So starting first with base year, I'm going to do my best here to describe the process. I do have to admit I'm filling in for our base year project manager, who Kyle mentions at our conference today. So there may be questions that I'll just have to get back to you on. I think the way to think about base year is that it's a snapshot in time. It's the basis for creating our land use forecast. We update it once every 4 years. But the year always trails the adoption due date by about 4 years, just because of the timeline. So the 2024 blueprint that we're talking about, working on right now, it has a January 1st, 2020 base year. Essentially, it's an estimation of how many units and jobs exist on every parcel across our 6-county region in 2020. The parcel geographies, they start with the county assessor GIS data from the most recent year that we have available. That includes obviously things like structure, land values. It has existing land use codes. Each county has their own structure for that, but we kind of use those to help us allocate the units to the parcels. It is worth noting here, we do split the parcels in certain instances, particularly in places where the parcel sizes are quite large, but then there's actually some kind of local land use designation that splits the parcel. So it allows us to be a little bit more precise with the land use modeling part. For the housing inventory, it's built off of the 2020 census housing unit counts by block. We do supplement that and vet it using this annual collection of permits that we do from local governments. So we ask jurisdictions for finalized housing permits every year, and we geocode those to the parcel. And at the block level, annual permits are summed and then built into the inventory totals. So here's an example of how we allocate housing to the parcels. I should mention we also use the previous base year parcel file quite a bit and kind of have that sort of build off of that and use that as validation. So we take that, the parcel points, we join them to the updated polygon for the new parcels. We join those geocoded permit points to the parcels. Then we allocate new housing units to those geographies. We also do a visual check with aerial photos just to make sure all the housing is captured. And then once all of that allocation is complete, there's quite a bit of QC that happens where we're comparing everything to the inventory. The housing totals are compared to DOF numbers by county, by jurisdiction. They're actually also compared, like I said, to the 2020 census blocks. So there's quite a bit of validation, I guess, happening there. Moving into employment. So we purchase an employment inventory, have for a while now for all businesses, every plan. The inventory is pretty extensive. It includes business addresses, number of employees, NAICS codes. And so we use those NAICS codes to create sector splits for the SACSIM sectors. There's a translation that happens there. we go through that inventory with a pretty fine-tooth comb. There's a lot of duplicate records that we will remove. So we'll verify, those records that need to be deleted, modified, and then they're geocoded and summed up to census blocks. No such thing as a perfect employment data set. It's something that we know for sure. We're yet to find, a source that really fully provides the detail that we want or need for our base year update. So we found that, we need to kind of supplement our inventory with data and research, particularly for schools resource, for like colleges and universities, medical facilities, large public employers. These are kind of places that we've found they don't quite capture it. And so we do our own work to kind of get those in order. There's a really important step here of allocating that point-based inventory to the actual parcels. So here's a common example of a block where the geocoded points don't perfectly fall on the actual parcels where the employment is happening. So we use the employment sector splits from the inventory to actually give the parcel or the set of parcels a category or a place type. I'll talk a little bit more about that when I get to the forecast. But in this type of situation, we would spread the employees evenly across the set of parcels so that not all the employment is getting allocated to one particular parcel. At the risk of creating some confusion here, I also want to mention that we are relying exclusively on the NAICS codes from the employment inventory to split the jobs between those SACSIM employment sectors. In the past, we have kind of resplit the jobs that are like based on the chosen land use place type to kind of create more of a almost synthetic representation of those employment categories. This cycle, we're not doing that anymore. We're using just the NAICS codes themselves, so it reflects the actual inventory. So that's it for base year. I think maybe I'll just stop here for any quick questions. And again, I might have to get back to you.
Thank you, Dov. We'll start with this question. Will Sacog develop a future baseline with no build land use based on what if the said projects do not happen across the region?
The said land use project?
I believe so, yes.
No, I don't believe so. And maybe I'll let other people chime in too, but I think the intention right now is to create the 3 pathways that we have been talking about. And then based on those 3 pathways, we would narrow in on a preferred scenario. But anyone else want to mention something there?
Hi, Dov, this is Satish. Actually, the question was more about what if the said transportation projects don't happen in a region? Will the land uses still happen? So based on that, will there be a no build that's developed separately? Considering the fact that if a project doesn't happen, then the land uses may not happen as expected.
Yeah, that way I can answer this
Okay.
question. Yeah, I kind of put it in the chat already, Satish.
Oh, you did.
Yeah, we talk about this though, like for the MTP scenario development, we don't usually kind of release or test this scenario. Yeah, you still know, as you know, that's not realistic, right? Not a scenario like that, but for your kind of the project evaluation or other needs, we can work with you individually, can help you develop that scenario if there's needs.
Great. Thank you, Yanli. Thanks.
Thank you.
Satish, can I add
Sure.
one point here?
Yeah, okay, go ahead.
Okay,
Yeah.
so typically we start with the land use. We have the land use forecast done first, and then we have a pretty good idea of where the developments are happening, and then we find transportation that will support that land use development. So if a land use development is not happening, then that transportation investment is not going in. It's not the other way. We don't build the land use based on transportation projects.
I see. Thank you.
Yeah, I think what the important caveat, right, to that is that it's not a single direction. It's going in both directions. So we actually do make revisions to the land use once we understand how that land use is performing given a certain set of transportation investments. So that's that iteration and back and forth that happens, but would agree with what Benu said as well.
Hopefully some of these pathways will provide a framework. I believe some of these questions are coming from a project specific basis, and we look a bit more holistically at the full region. But if we have now these 3 pathways, you may be able to have a better sense of which projects you can test on and off and what those results may be. But it's not feasible for us to do this on a project by project basis for every project in the region. So maybe we can have a follow-up meeting offline and try to get a better understanding of what these requests of the no build or with particular projects is all about.
It looks like Yeonmei answered a few of the questions in the chat. Great discussion. And then we have a new question from Jimmy Fong. Will there be an employment data set or estimate that provides insight to percentage of remote work under an interim year that represents some post-COVID scenario? We want to start there and then we can, or will there be an interim forecast year close to when the MTP SES is completed in 23-24 that reflects changes to some of the travel patterns that have occurred?
I know we're doing some work with some work from home research. Does anyone from the team want to answer that?
I can start. So we are doing a couple of polling to see where our region is headed in terms of addressing the work from home situation. So we are partnering with Valley Vision to start a poll that we'll be doing in a couple of different phases. So in a month or 2, we'll be launching the first polling and survey and see where people are in terms of their need for wanting to go back to work, or whether they prefer to stay at home and work, and where the employees are. And then we'll follow that up in 6 months' time to see what is a change and what's a trend in 6 months. So that will help us to get an idea of where we are headed as a region. Does that answer your question? Or are you looking specifically for if there is a modeling that will be done for a year that is post 2023 or 24 that will help us to get what percentage of people are actually doing telework?
Yeah, the first part is very helpful to know with the survey information. I think the concern about having a forecast year around the time that the MTP SES is completed is more so centered around, like, effectively our base year will, at least for evaluating projects, will want to be closer to that timeline to reflect the latest travel patterns and conditions versus the actual base year being representative of kind of a pre-COVID condition. So that's the whole purpose of wanting to see if there's some analysis or interim year that's like in that timeline.
Yeah, it's a great question, and I think so the base year, right, is always 4 years behind, and actually for employment, if I'm not mistaken, on base year, it's often April data. April 2020, very weird time to be collecting an employment inventory. So I think we made the decision to go back to January of 2020, just to kind of give a reflection of what was happening before very big structural changes to employment. But that said, that doesn't, yeah, I totally understand your question. And I think there's an intention to obviously get a better sense of what's happening for the next plan in the 2024 base year. The other big question around telework that frankly, it's like nobody really has a great answer to yet, because it just is still being borne out, is what are the spatial location preferences and how are they shifting to reflect telework? Does the land use forecast meaningfully change? Does demand meaningfully change in terms of location preference for households in a work from home world? That's an existential question that I think we don't know the answer to yet, and I think it's only we're gonna have to wait to see exactly how that plays out, and so it'll probably be more reflected in the next plan cycle.
Yeah, and I just want to add that this is not a problem that we are grappling just in Sacog or in our Sacramento region. This is a question that we are hearing again and again in all our MPO meetings with both all the 4 MPOs in California, all the big 4 MPOs in California and around the country. So yeah, we don't have an answer, but we are watching and we are tracking it to see how this is going to evolve. I also want to mention that the purpose of the blueprint or the long range plan is to forecast a future that is beyond the wrinkle of a 5-year or a 10-year change in environment. So we are making the assumption that over the years, over a 25-year span, we are not going to see the small changes or the deltas that's happening around the world, but we will be forecasting or planning for something that goes over that hump and predicts a future and where we land in 2050 or 2035. So those are the kind of trends that we are trying to capture on.
Sorry, and then last thing I just want to add to that, I think that's also part of the sensitivity testing, right? That's part of the intent of doing that sensitivity testing on how do the different pathways, how does the performance change when you apply different work from home percentages and some of the other things that we're looking at doing testing on. So hopefully we'll get a little bit of a better sense of what the range of outcomes are from those.
Is there anything else? Oh, go ahead, Dom.
Yeah, anything, I was just gonna ask any other questions, Hannah, from the chat that we should cover now?
There are no other questions in the chat, so I think we can move on unless anybody would like to raise their hand and ask a question. I think we're ready for your next presentation, Dom.
Okay, all right, so moving on over to the forecast, I'm gonna start with a little bit of background here. You know, we've been doing parcel level land use scenario planning for a while now. About 20 years ago, before SB375 existed, we were working on the blueprint. Was sort of the precursor to what the MTP-SES land use forecast is. So fortunately, we've already kind of looked at this and at the creation of a sophisticated kind of land use model, I guess, in quotes. It's still a pretty labor-intensive process for us. So essentially, the forecast, it's a constrained allocation of new homes and jobs over a certain time period. So for this cycle, we are doing a 15-year and a 30-year forecast, right? So 15 years to reflect the SB375 target year of 2035, and then we're going out to 2050 this cycle, which is a little bit further than we sometimes go. So we're looking at that land use forecast for each of those time horizons. We pair it with a set of transportation investments and model it, right, to see if it hits a GHG target and hits our other regional goals. So we start with the regional projection of jobs and homes. Benu sort of talked about this already. So we've adopted a regional growth forecast this cycle of 263,000 new jobs, 275,000 new homes. That looks about the same as our last plan in terms of the end horizon year, but just to be clear, we're going out further. So that's actually a significantly lower annualized growth rate than the Sacog region had in the last plan. So when we take that regional projection, we allocate it all the way down to the parcel level. So we're making choices, right, about how much and what type of growth is going to happen on every parcel. So an important thing to note here, this is not a general plan. If we modeled all of the general plan capacity, specific plan capacity across the region, you'd have order of magnitude more growth than what we're anticipating by 2050. So it's not a stapling exercise. We're making calls about which growth to include. We also don't have land use authority, right? That's all at the local level. So it's up to cities to zone, to approve projects. So for the most part, we don't model a land use scenario that goes beyond what our local governments are already planning for. This is a generalized map of what our land use scenario looks like from our most recent plan. I talked earlier about those community types. So most of that growth is happening in those red centers and corridors and established communities in gray. But as you can see, we still have a decent amount of developing communities in purple. And that's because, many of those greenfield areas are developing regardless of GHG performance, right? So we do have to and include projects that are for sure happening in that 20-year time frame or 15-year time frame, sorry, regardless of performance. So how do we go about deciding what capacity to include in the forecast, what not to? This is a really busy table from our last plan. It goes through all of the factors that we think about when we decide, where to model growth. This is available in Appendix D of the plan. Encourage you to check out the land use documentation there. Rather than have you squint at it, here's kind of like a simplified version of that table. So yeah, I think this is maybe getting a little bit to your question, Ron. When we go through this land use, the land use process, it's this really delicate balance between being ambitious, being achievable, right? We have a statutory obligation to be achievable and reasonable. I think reasonable is the word used in the statute with the forecast. So we consider, as a means of being reasonable, we consider a variety of regulatory, of market factors. Like I mentioned, we're fortunate in the sense that our region does not, we have quite a bit of existing general plan capacity. So we're able to forecast almost all of our growth within the existing confines of what's already planned by our jurisdictions. We look at local, state and federal entitlements as well. So obviously a greenfield specific plan with all of their entitlements more likely to be included than one that's still in process. We also think a lot about market conditions. So, we have actually a good amount of market data. We also just use, rule of thumb proxies as well. So places with strong proximity to jobs, a higher development activity and a track record. Those are places that are more likely to be included. Infrastructure needs, so places that have strong infrastructure financing plans or even already maybe have background infrastructure, those are more likely to be in. But then just getting to that ambitious part, there's this big policy and performance piece that's absolutely critical for us. Ultimately, perhaps the most important metric that comes out of the model is whether or not we hit our GHG target. So we're always thinking about, what would best put us in a position to reach our target. This is a map showing VMT across the region. So, I think some nuance here, right? But the greener the area, the more we're trying to model growth. So if there's vacant or underutilized sites in the green, we're likely assuming some growth on those parcels. As it gets to be more yellow, more orange, we're having to weigh the different considerations, right, from the last slide and kind of make some in-out decisions. So getting a little into the weeds now, we did a big update of our build-out inventory this cycle, which means we created a spatial inventory basically of what each local government is allowing on every parcel across the region, which is, I guess, a lot more complicated than it seems like it should be. When you start to consider that, when you when you're looking at every specific plan, every master plan, every general plan, we're talking about over 1,000 local land use designations, each with different regulatory maximums and different components. So we translate all of those local designations into a set of regional, what we call place types or development types. These, I'm sure many of you are familiar with our last batch. These are slightly updated. There's probably ones that are similar there's many that are similar from last time, but they were updated based on the update to the build out inventory. We did some sort of like binning to understand, oh, maybe we should create a new one that's more in line with these types of densities, because there's a lot of local designations that are closer to that kind of process. So yeah, so each place type has a certain density intensity profile. They also have a different employment mix profile. So however many jobs get modeled in that parcel get split into the different SACSIM employment categories. So at this point, right, we have a comprehensive understanding of what exists on the ground, what is allowed by existing land use restrictions. We have a regional growth control total, and then we have an idea of the regulatory market policy considerations that impact performance of the plan. So it's at this point that we actually paint the growth and make decisions around which parcels should see changes. We use a tool called Envision Tomorrow. It's an open source scenario planning tool, kind of similar to Urban Footprint or something like that. If you use that, it runs as an ArcGIS extension, open source, right? But we actually have a customized online version that's running on our servers. You can do a lot of stuff with this tool, but to be honest, I think we really use it mostly as a mechanism for painting units and jobs onto the parcels. So again, basically we have this suite of place types. You can see on the left there, each of those has units per acre, jobs per acre profile. We look at the map, we identify pipeline projects, vacant, underutilized sites. We look at what's allowed on the parcel. Based on those considerations, we choose which parcels to paint. That's the basic process. So these are the pathways that Benu sort of went through, and we actually kind of talked a little bit more about in the questions. So I'm going to kind of skip the content that I have here because I think we've covered it quite a bit. But these are, right, the bookends on either side are like, the first one is outward expansion, very much intended to be reflecting kind of historic trends in terms of how much infill growth, how much greenfield growth, and then the inward expansion, much more so. It's very dramatically going to be a infill focused scenario, and then the middle one is really intended again to reflect kind of the basic development pattern that we had as a part of our last plan. So we're modeling these pathways right now. We'll present the results to the Sacog board and committees and the public as well later this year. We're going to use those results and the input that we received to kind of narrow in on a preferred land use scenario. So an important point is like these are not going to be menu options. We're not going to ask the board pick one of these. We're more going to blend and use the input to kind of look at a new scenario based on the results from these. Okay, so that was a lot of talking. I'll stop now and pause for any questions.
Thank you, Dov. Great presentation. So far, there are no questions in the chat, but if anybody would like to raise their hand or drop one in now, we're happy to answer it. Feel free to unmute yourself as well.
Hi, this is Dave Tokarski at DKS. Can you go back to that place type, the big place type table that you were showing? What units is that in? I'm just curious because that's something that I think we could all make great use of because we've, had to look to kind of standardized sets of place types to try and do similar things for different jurisdictions. I'm curious, what are those units in?
Units per acre, jobs per acre.
Jobs per acre. Okay, great.
Yeah, yeah, and that's a really, so the travel model works off people, right? So households and jobs, and that's one of the big challenges with the land use forecast, frankly, is thinking through how many jobs are we actually talking about, because local land use really is more about buildings than people. It regulates the building size, and for non-residential, we don't have a units per acre, or for non-residential, there's no jobs per acre restriction in any sort of land use plan, right? It's all FAR based or square footage based or building based.
And that's what I was going to ask. Do you have varying FARs? Very large, different numbers of FAR and employees or square foot per employee assumptions. Are those all? I know in the past they've been housed in various tables. I assume there's a backup to that in there as well.
Yeah. So because of this build out inventory update that we did, we do have, when available, FAR information for every parcel. But the challenge, right, is you could have for example, you could have I don't know, let's say a non-residential parcel in unincorporated Yuba County that allows for an FAR of 2, and then a similar thing in downtown Sacramento, and you're just going to get a different jobs per acre assumption there, just based on the sort of likely development that you'd see on that parcel. So there is, maybe we can talk offline more about the nitty gritty of how the FARs and the local designations are actually translated to jobs per acre. But the short story is that it's through a combination of a couple different sources. The first being, what are the employment densities on similar land uses in our base year, and then carrying that forward. And then the other would be looking at translations of square footage, so FAR to square footage to employees per square foot by different employment types. Both have problems, but we sort of use both of those sources to try to get an estimation of what we think the employment densities would be for these types of land uses. But it's a very, as I said, imperfect process.
Thank you, Dov, and thank you, David. It looks like Don Hubbard unmuted. Do you have a question, Don?
Sorry, that was an accident.
No problem. Well, if there's any other questions, we'll pause for just a second. Perfect. It looks like everybody needs a little break. And so we're going to take a 15-minute break, and we'll be back at 10:50. So you're welcome to leave the meeting and I'll re-accept you in, or you can just mute yourself, turn off your camera, and we'll see you back at 10:50. Thank you. Hello, everyone. It is 10:50, so we're going to start back up again. Great. It looks like we have our team on, and we're going to kick off the presentation with Darren. And I'll hand off the reins.
All right. Thank you, Hannah. Let me just get my screen up here. And let me see, screen one, share, and then make this a little prettier. Does that look good, Hannah?
Looks good on my end, Darren.
Excellent. Yeah, so thank you, Hannah. And as the slide suggests, we're taking things sort of from a plan level, which we talked about before the break, down to more of a project level. And just before I get started, I want to emphasize, please feel free to enter any questions or comments you have in the chat at any point during the presentation. I will probably wait till closer to the end of the presentation to go through them, but yeah, feel free to let's put them in the chat throughout. So yeah, the topic I'm going to talk about today is a project evaluation process that Sacog is developing. To give some context for the need for project evaluation. So as Banu and others have talked about so far, every several years, Sacog updates its regional plan. For 2024, that plan update is going to be called the Blueprint. And among the various components that Banu talked about, two of the major components are, one, a set of policy goals, and then also such as the triple bottom line, equity, environment, and economy. And then the other component is a set of projects. And with these two components, one one challenge with past plans is that there hasn't been a strategic or systematic sort of assessment of, well, how well do each of these projects support the policy goals? And project evaluation essentially steps in to try to fill that gap. So what the project evaluation process, or the PEP, will deliver is a set of performance data for select blueprint projects. The data will help identify which projects most support the blueprint policy goals. So out of all the projects in the MTP, or sorry, out of a select set of the projects in the MTP or blueprint, which of those projects will do the most toward supporting the economy, which projects do the most for helping us achieve goals related to environment, and which projects do the most to support goals related to equity. So we'll get the performance data at a project level, which brings to the question, well, how will Sacog use these project performance data? How will we use this project level data? And one of the primary applications or uses of this project level data will be to help Sacog identify projects that are in the blueprint that can best or most effectively compete for transportation dollars from various current and potential future state and federal funding programs. One example I like to use is RAISE grants, which award funding to projects on a competitive basis, considering how projects support environmental and equity goals. And that's just one example. Importantly, the performance data will not be used to affect whether a project is in the blueprint or not. It also does not affect whether a project is in MTIP listings or not. It's not about deciding which projects are in and out or out of Sacog's plan. This is really starting with, as a starting point, it takes projects that already make it into the final MTP project list, the final blueprint project list, and saying, okay, out of these ones that we know are in our plan, which of these projects are potentially the most competitive to win additional funding for the region. Work we've done so far to develop the project evaluation process. Throughout the past year, there's been an extensive literature review. We've done peer interviews with a handful of similarly sized MPOs that have their own project evaluation processes in place. And then we had 6 sessions with a technical working group. I think some of the members of that working group are on this call, but there were 12 members in it. And we had broad representation among that membership. There were folks from UC Berkeley, UC Davis, some of the cities and counties within the Sacog region. We had one member from the Air Resources Board, and also Valley Vision, so a fairly broad base of input. And their role was to help us develop a set of draft performance metrics to help us measure projects against policy goals. The next slide I show is going to be some of those metrics. There were 16 metrics in total, but in this slide just shows the 6 metrics out of those 16 that incorporate SACSIM in some regard. I'd love to list the entire 16, but that would be a pretty monstrous slide. And this conference is focused more on the model. So that's why I'm only listing the six metrics that consider the model. I will be providing my email on the last slide, and I'm more than happy to answer any questions or have any offline follow-ups if you want to learn more about the other draft metrics that we have. To kind of go through the model-based metrics, one of them, of course, is how will a project increase or potentially reduce vehicle miles traveled? And another metric that we're considering, we like the idea of, but we're still fleshing out the details, is how would a project increase or reduce VMT exposure in disadvantaged communities? This is trying to speak to sort of an equity lens in that traditionally, disadvantaged communities have borne a disproportionate share of the negative effects of vehicle traffic, having greater exposure to noise and emissions and collisions, and projects that in theory can proportionally reduce VMT exposure in disadvantaged communities would be seen as projects that help advance a goal of equity. Another equity-oriented goal is what share of a project's users come from disadvantaged communities. So not just whether a project is physically located in a disadvantaged community, but whether members of disadvantaged communities are benefiting from that project. Then there's, of course, how much a project will increase or reduce person hours of delay. This is trying to capture multimodal, both vehicle occupancy and traffic volume and this is a pretty long time used metric of project performance. And then also there's whether another model-based metric that we're going to use the model for is measuring the degree to which a project increases or reduces driving accessibility to jobs. The double asterisk there on this one is that we will be measuring the project impacts on accessibility using other modes, but we will not be using SACSIM to measure their accessibility. We're procuring a much more granular tool dedicated for accessibility analysis for measuring transit, bike, and walk accessibility. And then lastly, we will be incorporating some of the model outputs to help us measure or estimate the degree to which a project will increase or reduce injuries or fatalities. And the way we would be incorporating the model for that is, in addition to applying crash modification factors to estimate the reduced risk, we also want to capture if a safety project that also adds capacity may reduce risk, but it could also increase exposure by just having more traffic volume. And we want to try to understand how that project will affect overall safety, not just risk, but total injuries and fatalities. And so this brings us to sort of an unresolved question, and it really touches on conversations we were having before the break. And that's the question of VMT. Our current approach for estimating project level VMT impacts is to use the SACSIM travel demand model, doing like a project, no project comparison. And generally, SACSIM does a pretty good job of considering how a project might affect traffic assignment or affect mode shift or job and housing location. But what it doesn't do is that it does not do a good job, at least at the project level, does not do a good job of capturing the land use effects of a project. Like if you add capacity somewhere, will it cause new growth to happen that might not have otherwise happened? Kind of referring back to our conversation before the break, at a plan level, we do an iterative process to kind of pair projects with land use growth to try to capture that at a plan level. But at a project level, it's much harder, and it's not quite as complete in capturing how a individual project might lead to more land use development that creates more VMT. There is the National Center for Sustainable Transportation, the NCST calculator, which we also discussed in our working group sessions. The advantage of that tool is that it in theory captures the land use effects of a transportation project. One of the concerns that was raised, though, is that it's sort of a one size fits all, and it's only in that it whether you add a lane mile in downtown Sacramento or out on the fringe in the middle of nowhere, it'll say that it adds the same amount of VMT, which is likely not the case. So we have some reservations about using that. And so I present all this information. This is sort of the thought process we've been going through so far. And we don't really have time to resolve this question here, but we'd love to hear any thoughts or comments or experiences that you have either in the chat, or if you want to follow up with me offline, I'd love to talk about it more. So that this is one part of the VMT question, is how do we more comprehensively measure project VMT impacts? Another issue that has come up is comparing the VMT impacts of small projects to large projects. So large projects, we can reasonably measure in the travel model, like very, multi-mile, major freeway widenings, for example, or very large transit projects. We can sensibly, based on some testing we've done, we can reasonably be confident that the change in VMT shown by a project run at SACSIM is a meaningful one. But for small projects, like if like adding a doing a road diet on on like a half mile or a mile of arterial street, we can't really use SACSIM. It's just too small of a scale. So if we're trying to compare, especially like trying to compare what is the project, which project does the most on a like sort of per dollar spent basis to reduce VMT, we don't really have a good way to compare a small project to a large project, simply because we can use SACSIM to get a numeric estimate of VMT change from a large project, but we can't get a numeric estimate of VMT change from a small project. So again, I'm putting these out there sort of as food for thought. Any thoughts or questions in the comments, I welcome. Next steps for PEP. So this summer, we're hoping to test the draft metrics that we've developed on example projects, both to kind of see if there's any unexpected results, and also to make sure that some of the metrics that came out of the working group are feasible for us to calculate. We believe most of them are, but you sometimes don't know until you really get your hands dirty testing it. In the fall, we aim to share some of the test results with Sacog member agency staff to receive their feedback and questions, comments on the metrics, and as necessary, potentially refine the metrics further. And then in terms of when PEP, the project evaluation process, actually gets used, that'll be likely in the spring and the summer of 2023. So basically a year from now, once the final MTP blueprint project list has been adopted. And with that, I'll leave my my email up here a little bit for you all to see in the event that you have any questions or would like to meet offline. But yeah, thank you.
Thank you, Darren. That was great. We do have a question from Ron. For equity purposes, how will Sacog assess projects that increase VMT per capita in disadvantaged communities? To give some further context, individuals in these communities often have lower VMT per capita generations for a myriad of reasons. And so for these individuals to participate fully in the economy and society, they would need more access to vehicles, vehicle speed travel, likely resulting in higher VMT per capita. In this case, higher VMT capita is desired.
I see there's more to it, but I'll try to respond to the first one piece by piece. So I assume, Ron, that you're referring to the metric of VMT per capita, VMT in disadvantaged communities. It's worth noting that that's referring to, first off, we haven't fully refined this metric. There's like, in terms of VMT exposure, we're trying to think of what that might actually look like as a number, but the idea was more based on roadway VMT, not VMT generated by people living in there. So like, for example, a project that would either reduce total VMT by just reducing the amount of driving, or a project that routes traffic out of a disadvantaged community, say maybe through an industrial community where people aren't living. Those would both work toward reducing exposure to VMT in disadvantaged communities. That said, I totally hear you on if people in those disadvantaged communities do drive more as a result of a project, then that would lead to some increase in the roadway VMT. Does that get to your question, Ron?
Yeah, it gets at it. I don't know if it's the full answer, because it is like being on a teeter-totter. If you want VMT per capita reduction for environmental purposes, that's one in the teeter-totter. But on the other end is, for some communities, you might actually want to see their VMT per capita come up closer to regional averages, for example, because they've been constrained in some way. So just recognizing that there are these unique circumstances when you get to disadvantaged communities where there's not like one metric. I think you guys are on the right track of there's multiple forms of VMT. The exposure one's a great one. We use that in places like Portland, where we have basically VMT within a boundary, then just simply divide by that population to come up with the exposure metric. But then we use the VMT per capita as a generation rate to gauge whether or not a community is getting more access to vehicles that didn't have that access in the past.
Yeah, and I appreciate definitely an excellent comment. And there are a number of other equity metrics that are going to be in the that are among the other however many the remaining metrics that weren't shown. And the idea is we'll be weighting. It's one factor of many, but no, it's a great point.
Yeah, Darren, can I chime in real quick? Thanks, Ron. I think that's a really important point. And Darren, I know you didn't put them on the slide because this is a SACSIM conference, but that might be worth noting some of the additional accessibility metrics that you're looking at that I think would get to access to disadvantaged communities. So if you maybe this is probably a good time to address some of those other metrics.
Yeah, like some of the other metrics, for example,
tools we're using.
Go ahead.
Sorry, and the tools that we plan on using for those that are maybe not off SACSIM model.
Yeah, it's a good point. I'd say one of the centerpieces of the evaluation process that wasn't on these slides is utilizing non-SACSIM accessibility software to measure the extent to which projects increase accessibility to jobs by biking, by walking, by transit, as well as by driving. And from an equity lens, also seeing how a project increases accessibility to jobs and also non-work opportunities like education as well. And comparing how it increases accessibility for the general population versus specifically populations in disadvantaged areas, with the idea that a project that disproportionately increases accessibility for traditionally disadvantaged populations would be a project that's seen as advancing equity while also promoting the economy goal as well. Let me see. Looks like there was another component. Hannah, did you want to read that one off?
Absolutely. To Darren's point about SACSIM limitations, we would like to add that SACSIM is also not sensitive to potential trip generation changes due to induced travel effects. Further, the horizon year forecasts where more congestion occurs, the static assignment is not fully sensitive to traffic operations levels delays. Hence the need for a DTA for both VMT and design volumes.
I guess I might let Kyle polish this one off, but yeah, there are limitations to using SACSIM for it.
Yeah, I think it's a good comment. We're trying to work through it. I'd like to address the DTA maybe in the next session or two, where we're going to have the beta test group, and I know some staff have mentioned that there might be some some potentially DTA light or ways that we can implement it. And as it's probably noted in most of these presentations, this is fairly early on our MTP planning stage. This is definitely in development. So we have this conference now because we really are looking for this feedback. We've done some DTA in particular in the past that's shown to be really expensive. We have more quotes out there as we speak that we're waiting to hear back from, and we're looking to this community to what you all are implementing and how you're doing it, whether that be in this setting or contacting us individually or in the beta test forum. But I always appreciate these comments.
Great. It looks like that was all that was in the chat. Does anybody else want to come off mute and ask another question? If not, feel free to pop it in the chat and we will return to that after Kyle's presentation. But before that, we would like to gauge your familiarity with Sacog's data and analysis. I'm going to be launching a poll after resolving some technical issues. And so there are going to be 3 questions. You should all be seeing this on your screen now. The first question is asking how familiar you are with SACSIM model. The second question would like to know about the DaySim model. And the third question is if you are familiar with population synthesizer. It looks like people are already responding. It looks like just a little more than half have responded. And I'll share the results shortly, but based on our results from the second question during the introduction, it seems like a lot of people are familiar with these based on 19% of folks work in modeling, 36% work in planning or engineering, 3% are in GIS, and 3% are in air quality analysis. It looks like the responses have slowed down, so I will share the results. Maybe one more second. Oh, one straggler. Okay, I'm going to end the poll and we'll check out the answers together. Should be able to see the results on your screen now. Perfect, I'm getting some head nods. So about 29% are not familiar with it at all for SACSIM question 1. About 29% are familiar with it but have not used it, and 43% have used it. For DaySim, about 40% are not familiar with it at all, 29% are familiar with it but have not used it, and 31% have used it. For population synthesizer, 43% are not familiar with it at all, 26% are familiar with it but have not used it, and 31% have used it. And with that, I will hand the reins over to Kyle.
Great, thanks, Hannah. I'm going to share my screen. Sorry about that. Ended at the last slide. All right, so that poll was actually really helpful. This is the introduction to SACSIM presentation. We've given this every year, so for 4 years in the last conference. So for many of you, this might be familiar, but based on those survey results, a third this is going to be completely new, and another third maybe needs a refresher. So nice to see that. And this is, again, this is going to be a high level, what is the travel demand model that we use called SACSIM. Then further in this session number 2, so this afternoon, and in tomorrow's session number 3, we're going to do a deeper dive into what DASIM is and what the population synthesizer that we're currently using is. So hopefully by the end of this, you'll have a little bit more of an understanding of the tools that we're using to evaluate transportation projects. It's also worth noting that as Darren mentioned in the PEP, this is just one tool. It's a very large tool. We used it to evaluate holistically the region at the plan level, but we also have many other data analysis tools, and you're welcome to check out our data portal, our travel demand modeling website, reach out to us at SACSIM23.org, or just reach out to any individual staff if you want further tools or questions that we use in our data analysis team. So with that, I'm going to be primarily focusing on SACSIM itself. And yeah, I'll get started. So the first question is, why do we use SACSIM? As I mentioned, SACSIM is the travel demand model. We are required as the MPO for the Sacog region to maintain the 6-county travel demand model based on California transportation guidelines. And this model needs to maintain and meet both state and federal requirements to prepare the long-range plan, which Banu talked about earlier, is the 2024 blueprint based on SB 375. And this is something that occurs on a 4-year cycle. Also worth noting, CTC in consultation with ARB requires the MPOs to publish the methodology, any findings and results, and documentation on the model. So we have all of that on the website for our current plan and what we call SACSIM19, and we will be developing as we continue this process and sharing any additional documentation on the new SACSIM23 model. So some of the key updates that occur in the 4-year model for every MTP SCS is the development and evaluation of projects and plans. This is the transportation improvements from plan over plan. Every year we update, we look at what projects have been developed, what maybe projects are being phased in further out, or what have been moved forward. And so we update the transportation projects accordingly. As Dov mentioned, we also go through a base year land use development. We look at all the projects that are on the ground, and then with coordination with local jurisdictions, determine what projects are going to be in the forecast years. We then look at a system-wide of packages of transportation improvements and also the area-wide changes in land use. So another reason why we use the model is really to fill in the gaps in real data. As some of the comments have been described, this is not a perfect model. I'm not sure any model is perfect, and I know no modeler would tell you that. So this is really a tool that we use for where we have gaps of real data. We don't have traffic volumes or counts or surveys of every single person in the region. So what we use is empirical data where we have it, such as traffic volumes and survey data that we can gather to then create a model to then reflect what is being set on the ground and fill in those gaps where we don't have the data. So for the MTP SCS, the primary uses of the model we use is for project screening and phasing. This is to determine if projects will be in or out of the plan. This is an iterative process with the land use team and determining what the different projects work well with the specific pathways. In this case, we'll be analyzing 3 different pathways, and then from that determine a preferred scenario, which will ultimately be the MTP SCS plan. We're looking at 2035, which is the 15-year out SCS target year. So that's a year that we look at greenhouse gas emissions and compare from 2005 to 2035. Currently, our greenhouse gas target is a 19% reduction, and so that's why you hear that term a lot. But we also will be looking out to, I believe it's 2050, and so this will have, we anticipate future target years, but currently I believe the scoping plan that was mentioned is still in draft form. We also look at project benefit cost analysis. We review plan performance metrics, BMT, congestion, mode share, transit ridership, different accessibility metrics, and many of those that Darren listed as part of the PEP evaluation. The MTPSCS also uses SACSIM as a means for grant applications. So we use this for funding round and other forms of grants. We also can use the results from the plan to apply to different state and federal grants. We also are going to be using the model for some forms of equity analysis. This is just scratching the surface. There's many other equity portions that are occurring during the plan, as well as other projects that Sacog's doing right now. I believe Banu mentioned a few at the plan level, and we can please access our website for further information on other equity analysis that's going on right now at Sacog. And finally, what's the economic development impacts? So big picture, what are we trying to do with the travel demand model? Well, we're trying to reflect human travel behavior and then forecast the demand, and that demand part is key, on the transportation infrastructure. So this is going to be the 6th version of SACSIM. It's gone through many iterations. It's very similar to a 4-step travel demand model, but the key at its core difference is that it has this DaySim activity-based simulation opposed to a 4-step chip generation. I should mention that both SACSIM and a typical traditional 4-step use a very similar assignment to assign the volumes onto the roadways. So the key concept in SACSIM is simulation. As I mentioned, the DaySim operates as a true simulation. This here is just a flow chart, and you can see the dashed line is a feedback loop of how this module works. Getting to a couple of the key aspects, it's agent-based, so meaning that it works at a person-person level, and the system-wide outputs are built at that agent level in the submodule. So agent is referring to how we reflect a population. Time is explicitly accounted for, and this is another key difference of the activity-based model versus the 4-step. There's a trip diary that's used from the travel surveys, and a person's activities is based and documented throughout a 24-hour time period. And finally, predicted outcomes are subject to random effects. So this is often where we use a seed as a stochastic model. So meaning that we look at large scale probability changes, and that's where the exact inputs could actually generate different results. That's why we really look at the holistic planning level and try to use supplementary tools when we get to very fine level details. We also look at averaging the results to try to soften some of this inherent noise that can come out of this type of model. So the DaySim submodule simulates the travel demand, how the land use patterns and travel options interact with the population and demographics and affect the way people decide to travel. This is different than what you hear from a traffic simulation or a supply model, often also as a micro simulation. And this is where the performance of the roadway system is accommodating a fixed demand or a number of distribution vehicles. So often we say model or travel model, and just want to be clear that SACSIM is a travel demand model. All right, so how does it work? So the 3 key components here is we have the land use. Dov described what these inputs are. We get the land use base and then forecasts, and this is regional housing and jobs broken out by density, housing types, employment sectors, and what their proximity is to one another. We then have a population input, and this is really how many people are there in the region and for a given scenario. And what are those demographic characteristics that are associated with those specific people? What are their age? What are their income, auto ownership? These are all things we know have an impact on a person's behavior and travel patterns. And then finally, based on what are the relationships between these social and economic factors and the land use characteristics, that's how we get the travel demand generated for each scenario. Finally, the last but not least component is the transportation system itself. So the roadways, the trails, the systems, and what is the access to and from connecting the persons and activities that you want to do. So this is all brought together, as I mentioned, activities. It's a person or household that would make such a work or school, shopping, personal business, etc., these types of trips, and then what time and they do throughout the duration of the day. So these activities are used to estimate the amount of different types of travel an individual person or household will travel in a typical weekday. Thus, this becomes the base to determining levels of congestion on the roadway or ridership on transit line. These performance assessments ultimately help us evaluate a particular transportation system or project. So Dov mentioned this earlier, so this is just a quick recap slide, but we use a tool called Envision Tomorrow to do our land use forecasting, as well as a wide, large time period of discussion and back and forth to understand what local market values are doing. And I won't get into too much detail on this because I believe you can refer back to Dov's slides to understand these differences. But the key parts that then are fed into the travel demand model is we look at the community types. So this we break into 5 different types: rural residential, agriculture or other, established communities, centers and corridors, and developing communities. We then break a subcategory, a further step down from that, for residential densities. So currently SACSIM looks at 6 types of residential densities: high, mixed use or attached urban, medium high, medium low, or rural and ag. I believe, as we mentioned, we have over, I think, 100 categories for the land use forecasting, and we have to take that, build a crosswalk, and determine the densities to simplify to use in the travel demand model. So that's the land use. The second input is this population, and I should say it's building a population with key demographic data. We use 2 primary sources to build this population. The first is the sample. So we have a sample of persons that are within the region, but this is only a subset of all persons in the region. And then from ACS, we also have a control. So this is the total number of persons within a given geography or given region. What's not noted here, but I should mention, is we're also using the 2020 census for this round. Typically that comes out every, I believe it's 10 years. And so it's not always readily available or up to date for us. But in this case, we are using both the 2020 census as well as the 2020 ACS information. There's different types of household and person characteristics that we can get at certain geographies from the census data, and others that we feel more confident, or others that are not available with the census data, but we then pull from ACS demographics as we would do in a non-census cycle. So our current base year for the upcoming 2024 blueprint is going to be a pre-pandemic 2020. So we are using the 5-year aggregate ACS data, as I mentioned, to determine those person demographics. So that's a person's age, household size, income, what is their worker status, and we then are evaluating that at the block group level. This is something that is actually a change from our past plans, and Ibrahim will have a whole presentation on this in the later session tomorrow on how we're adjusting our population synthesizer. But what this means is we have different levels of geography that we can take these controls and these micro sample sizes and create what was a synthetic population to represent those communities. This plan, we're primarily looking at block group level. For some characteristics that we don't feel as comfortable with, or due to low sample sizes, or they just simply isn't enough data, we are still looking at the tract level. And again, we'll touch base on this a little bit more in the upcoming sessions. The next portion of this is taking that population and household and assigning it to our land use. So as we mentioned, we do our land use at the parcel level. And so using the ACS characteristics, we use what we call an allocation tool to allocate the proper number, the correct number of households to the parcels and assign the population demographic characteristics based on those types of parcels. So some of the items that we look at in that allocation is the density and associate with different types of household size that we learned from ACS. We also look at their proximity to different transit infrastructure, as well as look for particular types of demographics, such as senior facilities and dorm students that we know live in specific regions, and we control for those on a parcel by parcel basis. So the third component here is the transportation network. This is particularly three primary parts: roadways, transit, and bike and walk networks. So the roadway network in SACSIM is broken up into 22 different capacity class types. Capacity class helps us determine the vehicles per lane per hour, and we can then determine the differences of how much volume and these roadways can maintain, and then what level of congestion they may have after they've reached capacity. So the capacity classes we look at is general purpose freeway lanes, several layers of urban arterials, rural roadway capacity classes, collector streets, so streets that may come out of a neighborhood, and auxiliary lanes, HOV lanes, and connector ramps, as well as metered ramps. We have a full list of these 22 types in our model documentation, as well as the different capacity levels that are being used on there. So I'd encourage you to evaluate that if you're interested. Another characteristic of these roadways is the speed. So the input into the model is we refer to as the free flow speed. This is also something we're going to bring up later in the conference, but we are looking at a variety of big data sources to potentially update this speed to better reflect what the free flow speeds are on these roadways. This comes from a big data source we have available, the NPN RDS, and we'll be talking a little bit more about the conflation process that we use to sync this up with our network, and then the different types of evaluations that we're still currently developing, and we're looking forward to receiving feedback. Finally, there's the number of lanes, which again, it determines the roadway capacity, and then incorporated in SACSIM19 and will be carried over into SACSIM23 is any pricing or roadway attributes. So this is something that looks at what pricing a specific roadway, whether it be a hot lane or a full managed lane, or we do have the functionality to create full toll lanes. So the second component here is the transit network. The transit is broken up into three different types of input attributes for transit. First, we look at the service type. This includes fixed route transit only. So there's no paratransit in SACSIM. We also break out light rail. We look at local buses and what frequency of stops they have. We then have a separate category for express buses Express buses typically have fewer stops than local buses, and they primarily have peak hour services that are generally along freeways and to major employment areas. So for future scenarios, we have separate service types for streetcars. Actually, I don't know if that's that we have the capability to do that in SACSIM. I'm not sure what the current plan will have in it, so more to come on that. As we also have what we call park and ride location. So this is included in most travel models, as well as a kiss and ride option, or where you can drop someone off and then there's nowhere to continue to park your car. So these are reflected as part of the inputs into the service types. The next is headways. So this is how often the buses come, or what is the frequency. We break this up into 5 different time periods: AM commute time period, midday, PM, early evening, and late evening. And then finally is the travel times. This includes walking to transit, so the access to the transit stop, the initial wait time at the origin stop, the in-vehicle travel time, the transfer time, if there is one, and then the walk time from the final stop to the final destination. So this is a nuance that in-vehicle travel time is not the only time to reflect what if someone would choose transit or not. The wait time is based on the headways, so waiting for more frequent transit services is a shorter wait time or transfer time. And then the in-vehicle time is based on several factors. The first is the congestion on the roadway speed. So as the assignment iterates, we take into consideration the congestion and then apply that time for transit that doesn't have its own right of way. The second is the time factor, which accounts for the transit vehicle dwell time at each stop. So finally, we have bike and walk networks. Bike networks reflect on-street facilities. This is a CAP class 2 or a typical bike lane that you may see. We model bicycle distances, and this is adjusted in factors with the type of bicycle facility and motor vehicles on that facility. So in other words, a bike street with a class 2 on it would be more desirable than no bike lane at all. And we also have a class 1, which is an off-street trail, which then would reduce the perceived distance or cost to that given trip. Higher traffic volumes also increase a perceived distance and cost, and that's accounted into a weighting factor in SACSIM. The model does not currently indicate class 4 cycle tracks. I know we just have one built, so I think we're looking to add this as a improvement. Also, I should mention not necessarily class 4, but a buffer bike lane as well. And then there's a separate network for walk trips. Walk trips are allowed to use any facility except for any freeways or ramps. So those are just removed from the walking network. And then they can go in both directions on a street regardless of one-way vehicle traffic. So fairly intuitive. Other walk networks, so short walk trips, don't use the model network. And instead they use a what we call as an orthogonal distance between the origin parcel and the origin destination. So these are trips that are just simply too small or too short to reflect at the assignment roadway network level, but they are captured in the number of trips in mode split. So this is just a table reflecting kind of what we just went over and the relationship between these 3 major components of land use, population, and transportation network. I won't get into all these details, but I want to have it in here as a reference that, again, this is an iterative process, and it feeds back, and all these 3 components have a relationship within the travel demand model, and ultimately how what travel is determined is really based on the integration of these three components. So this here is just a quick illustration to walk through really how the travel demand model works. This is just an example. Again, there are many of these within the model, but to just walk through for illustrative purposes, this is an example of a 4-person home with 2-vehicle household, and then to determine what their daily travel pattern is. So let's say one adult drives kids to school, then they head to the office, then they drop the kids off, they head to the office, then they go out to lunch, they return back to the office, pick the kids up from school, and then head back home. The other adult heads to a major job center, say a downtown destination, say it's a little farther from home. On their way back, they stop at a grocery store and return home. Then after they return home from work, say there's a soccer practice or baseball practice in this case, and they drop one of the kids off and return back. So this is an example of a typical day pattern of one family household. So what we have here, and you can see in the graphic, is how this household's daily travel would be calculated. So we have 17-person trips. This is every person going from one destination to another. We have 11 vehicle trips. So if there was carpooling, such as going to school or baseball practice, excuse me, that would count the number of vehicle trips, which would be different than person trips. And I believe this was also reflected in Darren's PEP metrics. And then finally, as we mentioned many times, VMT is a key indicator for a lot of our analysis. And in this example, there would be 45 vehicle miles traveled of those total trips. This really is the core of how the activity works at the day pattern and how we then analyze and aggregate up the results at a regional level. I want to note that the network that's used is what we call a stick and ball chain. So it's not a true network of every single roadway, but it's collectors and above and a closest gap. This is something that we actually are changing in the newest model. So from SACSIM19 to 23, we are migrating over to now Bentley, formerly known as City Labs GIS interface. And this does allow a bit more true shape options, as well as GIS mapping and other capabilities. So we'll have more to come on this later, but want to make a note that this network is not true shape, but some of the distances are reflected in true shape. And now you have the capability, if you're a user of the model, to incorporate your own and improve on it. The other major change that we have included is an update of our traffic analysis zone system. So I mentioned that DaySim runs at the parcel level, but ultimately when we assign the network to the roadway to get the total volumes on the road for the VMT, we use origin and destination pairs at the traffic analysis zone level. So we've done an extensive update. I believe the last update based on the year was 2007. We've heard feedback that these in some areas were too coarse or did not reflect changes in the land use types. And so this is one of the improvements that we've done to the model in this round, and we'll have more to come on this this afternoon. So that's how the travel model works. But before we evaluate, we need to ask the question, how do we know SACSIM is a reasonable model? And this comes into a few different components. The first one is the development. And at its core, there's a household travel survey that we use to develop that travel day pattern and the types of activities within the model. This is just gone through another extensive update using the household travel survey of 2018. There'll be more about what these updates include later on. But then we don't just leave it at that. We do additional calibration. And so this is looking at other data sources that we have to further calibrate the model to reflect our best understanding of the number of trips, volumes, and characteristics in the region. Finally, we validate the model. We look at typically traffic volumes and transit ridership for this, and then do a number of extensive reasonableness checks, such as length of trips, trip rates, mode split, and many of these come from the Household Travel Survey or other sources that we have available. Again, this is just touching the surface. I should mention that this is very much an iterative process. We have guidelines from the CTC. As I mentioned, we have this beta test group, which we also want. One of the reasons we want to release the draft beta model now is to help improve the calibration process through all the user community's wide breadth of knowledge. and then finally, we do a sensitivity test. This is also in parallel of all of these other processes, but really the sensitivity test is to ensure reasonableness to key factors such as demographic data, land use densities, and transportation components such as accessibility, proximity to transit, or different types of street patterns. All of this is reported and documented, and we will be doing the sensitivity testing on the new model in the next couple months. So then, as I mentioned, how do we know the model is reasonable? This is not a one-time thing, and then we just put it on the shelf and continue to use it. It's a review and repeat process with members of the community like you, as well as internal review. We also have many discussions with local agencies, and as I mentioned, regulatory reviewers such as the Air Resource Board, FHWA, Caltrans, and CTC. Real quickly, this is implemented from the last plan, but I think it's very relevant to some of the projects that are going on. We do have the capability to incorporate managed lanes in the model. And as I mentioned, there's many studies that are going on through the region, in particular with District 3 and their consultants, looking at different types of on-road managed lanes. So this is such as a high occupancy toll lane or all toll lane facility. I don't believe any all toll lane facilities are going on right now, but we can use SACSIM for that type of analysis. We also have looked at other potential funding sources for the gas tax, such as a mileage-based user fee, and we have this incorporated currently in the model as well. A couple of new things that are going to be touched on later is telework. This is a new functionality that there is absolutely a need to incorporate into the model based on the recent pandemic and change in the workplace. I believe there was a question earlier asking how we are going to reflect a post-pandemic recent years, and hopefully some of these new functionalities will allow the user to be able to adjust and determine some of the sensitivity for these interim years. So more to come. As I mentioned, we have a presentation from Xingyi Gao, a senior analyst on our modeling team, as well as RSG consultants who use the Household Travel Survey results to develop the telework module. We also made major improvements to the AV and TNC estimations. The one I can say kind of at a high level is TNC. We have some deadheading results, which previously we did not know, and then further refinements from the travel survey. We can use the model for autonomous vehicles and connected vehicles. This is incorporated also in SACSIM23. It was not incorporated in the last plan, and really that's due to a question of what is the penetration rate and the type of AVs and connected vehicles that are going to occur within the planned timeframe. We are going to incorporate, I believe, AVs and TNCs into this current plan. I don't know what those rates are, so any research that you have, we are actively looking for, and please share our way. But from a modeling perspective and a SACSIM perspective, we do have the capability to analyze this, and this is something, again, the user community can test as being part of the beta test group. So this is just really quickly a couple applications that we use the model for that I mentioned briefly at the start of this performance. One particular is looking at project pairing with land use. So we want to have utilized projects when we pair with land use to determine if they're in or out. That's the project screening. And then also reflecting on the year that they're needed, and that's the project screening. As I mentioned, we're going to develop a project screening process, and that will be coming further in this year. A few other applications we use this the SACSIM to analyze transit access as well as total transit trips. And then on the right, we do air quality conformity. So the Clean Air Act requires MPOs to do air quality conformity for any update. This is typically any update for the MTIP, which is every 5 years, as well as our plans. And so this is a ongoing process that we update during every plan amendment. We then take the VMT or the vehicle activity from SACSIM and post-process that using the MFACT model, which is a CARB developed emission estimator of a vehicle fleet. I scratched the surface on that, but if you have more questions, please feel free to reach out on either one of those items. And lastly, I wanted to just touch quickly on our screening maps. We do produce SB743 screening maps. So this is looking at vehicle miles traveled per capita. We use a hexagonal area to look at both residential and work-related VMT, and these can be used on a project-by-project basis. We're happy to share the data. It's also posted online on our data portal. So with that, I want to just have a final slide on resources. Something that came up as follow-ups from some of our previous conferences was to have more documentation and a better user guide. In the last round, last conference annual iteration, we did add a new model documentation and user guide. So there is a robust SACSIM documentation located on our website. Any of these SACSIM23 enhancements, we will be providing memos and addendums and updating accordingly throughout this planned process. And then finally, we have been saving all of these slide decks and recordings and any workshops from when we had these conferences in person, also on our website for anybody to review. So some of the previous conferences have taken deeper dives on things like transit and SACSIM, or AVs and TNCs. And so I'd encourage you to look through the website to see if what you're particularly interested in is, we have further information. You're also always welcome to reach out to myself. This is my email, or ask for a data request directly on our modeling page, or any of the other presenters today. So with that, Hannah, I think I'll leave it up to you to questions.
Perfect. So the first question is there a future regional VMT per capita reduction goal envisioned? For example, a reduction of 10% or 15% from current VMT per capita?
Please jump in if anybody, if Banu or Yame has or anybody in the audience has the current SB 150. I believe in the draft SB 150 plan that Ron referenced, there's a 22% VMT reduction target from 2019 to 2045. I am not quite sure about those years. So what we're anticipating a reduction target for further future VMT past what our greenhouse gas target is for 2035. Those are in draft form. And again, please don't quote me on that exact year. I don't recall if it was 2045 or 2050, but the short answer is yes. And it's probably going to be increased based on the state's climate goals.
Thank you, Kyle. Did anybody else want to add on to that? I think we're good. We'll move on. Could you please explain what economic cost is assigned to travel time?
economic. So a person's so if a person has a lower income, they would put a larger or they would put a different cost to travel time than a person that has a larger income. So income is definitely one of those factors. It's a logic function, so it's a distribution curve. There's also a lot of other indicators that might determine someone's valuation of time, such as your access to transit or number of automobiles in a household. And all of those play in a factor to basically what is your valuation of time and how much are you willing to either pay for driving in terms of a cost, so either a time or an actual fee. And then the other factor to that is what is the weight or the gravity of a destination. So a high paying income job, someone may travel further to get to those attractive job sites. Another one would be a specific destination. So something like an airport trip. The cost of that, someone would be willing to pay more to travel to the airport than say they would to a typical recreational destination.
Thanks, Kyle. That was my question. To follow up, is there an actual, I guess, dollar amount assigned within SACSIM for any of those trips, or is it is kind of translated as a behavioral socioeconomic input?
Yeah, so thanks, Aaron, for the clarification. So DASIM looks at a continuous cost distribution, and like I mentioned, those factors, and in particular, income is a dollar amount. So we can give you that. It's a function. So it's based on the different type of trip and demand, but that cost and specifically the dollar monetary amount is included. Currently, we run this in $2,000, and this is always a key point I like to make for any practitioners of the model, that if you want to report those times, you need to convert them back to current dollar amounts for your reporting. For assignment, these distributions, we have 3 evaluation of time bins. Again, these are also 3 logic functions that all kind of have long tails, meaning that if you have a really high income, which is not that many people, they have very high valuation of time. And this is reflected in both the pricing module and just general assignment. But Aaron, I can follow up with you too on further documentation, and we can share with the whole group. I should say this also was updated in the latest update of the DASIM from the estimations from the household travel survey.
Thank you, Kyle. It looks like Aaron's giving you a thumbs up. We'll move on to the next question. For emissions modeling, are the vehicles data from 2020 or newer as the shift to hybrids is rising rapidly?
So Xingyi, if you're on here, feel free to jump in, but we get our fleet distribution from CARB and from their MFACT model. So that's a not a thing that we have in SACSIM. We treat it all the same, BMT, and then we, in our emissions calculations from MFACT, there's a set fleet distribution that we're given based on the MFACT model and based on the data that CARB has collected and forecasted out for a given year.
In terms of the emissions, we have no choice. So we have to use the MFACT versions designated by CARB. For the MTP GHG, we use MFACT 2011. And for the criteria pollutants, for the purpose of the conformity analysis, and we use MFACT 2017. We have no choice.
So it's not accounted for in SACSIM, but it is accounted for in any emission outputs that we put out there as an agency.
Thank you, Xingyi. Thank you, Kyle. We have another question from Ravi. Has there been any use of replica data in the past year to improve SACSIM collaboration and validation?
Yeah, short answer is yes, we will. So definitely we did a lot of rhythms check of replica data, and we do believe our validation and the rhythms check, the results were satisfactory to us. So in particular, we want to make use of the travel of internal, external, external, internal, and to improve our previous proportions for the internal, external, internals. And in the future, we probably will cite some data from Replica about the telework. So this, which is worked by Replica right now. But at this moment, we were all the coefficients are based on our 2018 survey data at the policy level. I think the one audience and once asked, how we set the goal or have a kind of forecast for telework, and so we were use data from the Department of General Services. So they do collect the telework data from different departments of the state. And we will also do a telework survey at the same time, and we may either purchase or get the telework, the latest telework report from Replica. So that answers the question.
Ravi, please feel free to come off mute if you would like further clarification.
Yeah, that's helpful. Thanks, Shingi. I was just, so it sounds like you're still using replica data to probably validate your IX and XI trips at the model fringe areas, like City of Davis would be a classic example. So, so is that what I'm hearing you say, or has there been more to that than what you just explained?
Yeah, so we were use replica data as long as we think the replica can provide better, can provide the more information on some specific topics, such as truck volume. So we do not really have a good data set for that. But for the general travel patterns, we were really on our household traffic survey. So we were always try to use the best data available for our model, the improvements.
Okay, thank you.
Mm-hmm. You're welcome.
Xingyi, maybe since I don't think we included it in this conference, if there's any additional update to Replica, so just for reference, if you haven't been to past conferences, this is a big data platform that CARB, Caltrans, and Sacog piloted, and Xingyi was the project manager. Xingyi, is there any updates with what we currently have available?
Since we have only a maintenance contract with the Replica at this moment, we can partially access their latest improvement in their platform, not a fully full access. So far, we have not evaluated their latest improvement yet, so I can't give you any update on this about the quality of their latest improvements. But we may find some way, to evaluate the Replica's latest improvements. As you may have heard, the Caltrans is also working on developing a big data platform. So we are also waiting for the further information from Caltrans how they were deal with this situation.
Thanks. And Hannah, I see we're over time. Thanks everyone who stuck on during lunch. Is there any other questions you want to address, or can we follow up with some either in the next session or later after the conference? We'll be sure to follow up on all questions.
There's no more questions in the chat. So if anybody had any questions, feel free to just unmute yourself and ask it now, or like Kyle said, we can reach it after the chat. If there are no further questions, then feel free to do it like the break again and turn off your camera and mute yourself, and we'll meet back at 1. Also, if you would like, you can exit the Zoom meeting and then it will be the same link for this afternoon session.
All right. Well, thank you, everybody. Well, we will reconvene at 1 p.m., I believe.
Correct.
Great. Thank you.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Hello, everyone. I hope you had a nice break, got some food, some refreshments, and are ready to jump into part 2 of today. Looks like people are starting to come back. Some people are still connecting to audio.
Okay.
Kyle, feel free to kick us off whenever you're ready.
Great, thanks. I think we'll just give one more minute for people to come back. In the meantime, I will start sharing my screen.
Are available except
All right, can you see that, Hannah? Great. I'm seeing some nods.
yes, I can see it.
Okay, well, I think we're going to get started. We have a lot to cover. Well, welcome back, first of all, to the second session of the Sacog Travel Model User Conference. Definitely want to thank you for coming back. We always have a large audience for the first piece, but then we really get into a lot more details in these next couple of sessions. So always appreciate everybody that sticks around. As mentioned before, this will be recorded and we will post slides and content online after the conference. Sorry, okay. So first off, I want to recap from some of the information we heard last year. If you were here last year, one of the questions we asked was, this is the year kind of between our MTP cycle. And so what this means is we focus some time on development, not as much time as we'd like, but it is at least the goal to get all the improvements into the travel demand model during this small window of time. So what we have here is the results of the survey response from last year on what we should focus on. Full acknowledgement of the survey. I think we sent it out a little too late, so we had a small sample size, and hopefully this year we'll be sending out the survey directly after today and tomorrow's session. So please respond, because we really do take this feedback seriously, and we use it for our work plans and ultimately our improvement on our tools. So you can see from this survey that this was, I believe it was a prioritization. So that's why it doesn't add up to 100%. But the #1 priority was re-estimation calibration of the travel choice models from the 2018 household travel survey and incorporate big data. We're going to talk about that a little bit today and then in much more detail tomorrow, but we did have a big data and household travel survey update and have re-estimated DaySim and are working through the calibration process at this time. So more to come on that. As part of that process, some of the TNCs were updated. The autonomous vehicles, we plan to do a bit more testing on, but we still are trying to actively gather any of the latest research. So again, for the user community, if you're working with autonomous vehicles and trying to incorporate that into your forecasting, we'd appreciate any latest findings or reports that you can share with us. The second largest response was the SACSIM roadway networks. And the third, I guess tied for third, was the traffic analysis zones. And so both of these, I'm going to talk about our update that we did. So we have made some updates to the roadway network. In particular, the graphic interface is different in some of the functionalities, and then quite a substantial brand new traffic analysis zone update. So wanted to kind of just touch base on this, that this session really is on SACSIM23 specifically, and the new development that's being incorporated. I also want to acknowledge that in the past, we've had a lot of great presentations from our member agencies and their consultants on projects that are using SACSIM. We're aware that we don't have that in this conference, and a lot of that was really just due to timing. We actually haven't had a user conference at this earlier phase as our plan. The first one was actually in the cycle the coming year. So we really hope to focus on in the application of the SACSIM model, whether it be 19 or 23 for projects within the region in the next conference. And so I know some of you have reached out that you would like to share. And again, we really appreciate that. And if you have work that you've done and would like to share, please feel free to send that to me. We will send another email out early next year, but we plan to focus more on the application of SACSIM in the upcoming conference. So just want to acknowledge that was omitted from this conference, mainly due to timing and just trying to get this in during our busiest time of our MTP SCS. So with that, I'm gonna start by going through the TAZ and network update and what were some of the goals. And really, again, this comes from a lot of feedback that we have from the user community of what we want an improvement from the existing network and TAZ structures. So for the TAZ refinement, some of the comments we received is some of the TAZs are too large. They don't necessarily reflect new development. I believe the last TAZ system was created in 2007. And then finally, they don't always correspond well with census geographies, which is where we pull a lot of the data in from. So those were some of the key goals to better reflect the land use, any boundaries, whether that be such physical, such as rivers or roadways, or political, such as city boundaries or sphere influences. We really wanted to reflect that better, as well as reflect the newest geographies from census data, so we can better pull in data as well as share out and compare to these data sources that we use regularly. So the network side, I'll start with the second one, because this has always been a major goal, is in switching from a stick and ball network, which is used typically in travel demand models, and switching to really a true shape network. We talked about fully doing this, and based on the amount of resources and time, we ultimately determined that it was not feasible at this time. However, I think what we did is a great first step. So what we did was we migrated our stick and ball cube network into the Cube GIS interface. And so what that allows for is it allows for true shape functionality. So for example, if we were to add or improve a roadway, we were making true shape adjustments, but we were not doing a full new network. So what I mean to say is that it's still a stick and ball network, but it has the capabilities to add any type of curvature, distance that we didn't previously have in the last network. Jimmy, do you have a question? I see you popping up.
I think
no.
somebody requested live action
Oh,
transcripts.
okay. And I will pause at the end of this to ask any questions regarding the TAZ and network update. The second portion of this is to have a better user interface with more and more data integrated into mapping. The previous interface is just not that user-friendly to lay base layers on to do project improvements and network enhancements. And then the other is integration with big data sources such as Replica, our NPN RDS data set, so we can really bring in some more real-time data. So we did go through a conflation process, which my colleague Darren Conley is going to talk a bit more about, to update the speeds and be able to have a bit of a better correspondence between these true shape big data inputs and our model network. So more to come on that as well. So I just have a few screenshots. I should also mention my colleague Eason, who is our intern, did a massive amount of editing over the last year. So really want to thank him for this, and some of the questions he may be able to help answer. But if anybody has any experience doing network coding, you know that updating an entire network is no small feat, not to mention a complete overhaul of the zone system. So there was a lot of network coding and detail-oriented adjustments that he did. So just want to say thank you and shout out to him. So the first difference is the user interface, and this is a big one. We are still currently using Bentley, which was formerly City Labs Cube program. So no need to change your licenses if you are using SACSIM. However, the network now is the master network is now in the Cube geodatabase GIS system. And so what this means is you have much more of a GIS functionality and an interface that you can see on the right. Items are linked in databases and their associated relationships. And the key feature that other than the true shape, which is really kind of the first step, but as I mentioned, we haven't completely done, that we've been utilizing is being able to use base maps and pull in other GIS layers to better do our editing and then visualize the networks after. So we hope that this is making the network improvement process easier, although we're aware that changing any type of interface is going to be a bit of a learning curve. As I mentioned, Eason has extensive knowledge of this now, as well as many of our other modelers. We're using this interface, so we're happy to answer any questions, as well as if you have a Bentley license, you can go directly to their community pages and ask their help staff as well. So having the base maps is a great visualization tool, as well as incorporating data, other GIS layers from our open data portal. So this is an example of one of the changes, as I mentioned. So the left side is our previous model. As I mentioned, stick and ball, meaning that we have a link that connects to two node locations, such as an intersection. And it has just a straight line across. And so on the right side, this is where we are using the base maps to, at the moment, 1 by 1, but you can do this more systematically, incorporate additional curvature of the roadways to better reflect the actual distances in the network. So some of the roads that are particularly windy, some suburban areas around rivers, bridges that we've seen, this has helped us improve where we've seen some anomalies in, say, traffic volumes where they're larger than they should be, and in the cases potentially they have a more direct route than actually is true. So that's just one change, and you can see that it's also much easier to edit having the roadway names and streets directly under. As I mentioned, it's hard to see here, but this is the traffic analysis zones at the large scale. So this was actually an iterative process, but the previous SACSIM23 has 1,503 zones. And at the end of this update, we have 2,304 zones. So there's a much closer geometry relationship to census tract block groups. We actually took the block groups and we started from scratch from those. We then incorporated any TAZs that had further refinement in our previous network. So if, say, we had some TAZs specifically reflecting some specific plans for our forecasts that are not necessarily split out in the census blocks due to the current population being lower than, I believe, 1,600 or 600, we maintained those previous geographies, but quite a substantial increase. And I should also mention this was iterative, that we split that, and I think we were at something like 3,000 zones, and then we later went back and did another pass to try to reduce the amount of zones total where they were not necessarily needing that level of detail. Another thing that we did was just align the previous crude geometry of the TAZs and aligned it so it's basically 1-to-1 to the census block group geometries. So the previous tools, we didn't necessarily have this level of GIS capability, and so a lot of it was based on eyeballing. With now the new tools, we can trace and match exactly. So you can see there's a bit of a smoothing, and it does a better reflection of where the actual roadway and where the neighborhood is occurring. Something else we also looked at was city boundaries and SOIs, so sphere of influence. We were interested in sphere of influence because this is some of the areas that others have identified that our model may be missing, where we know development is going to occur or has occurred since 2007, but we have not split and refined the network with the previous zonal structure. So you can see here, this example cleans it up a bit. It matches the city boundary line as well as the sphere of influence. And this is just one example of many. This is another example where we looked at city and county boundaries. And you can see on the left, the previous version had a large TAZ that extended out into agriculture land. In order to better assign the trips to the proper location, we split out this neighborhood. So I think in this particular case, it's Wildwood and Davis, and assigned it directly to the network, and then assigned the agriculture larger boundary area and the county to the proper roadways. Another rule that we used is looking at incorporating major arterials, since the majority of our traffic or of our volume in VMT in the model comes from collectors and then goes along major arterials and then ultimately to the freeways. We wanted to better reflect some of those more curvy, nuanced neighborhoods and how they actually would be captured and load onto the minor and major arterials. So we did an additional split. As I mentioned, this is where we had more TAZs than we felt was necessary, and we smoothed out to reduce some, but we tried to capture a better representation of these networks in the zonal system. And this, you can see, shows where those splits would be. Another thing we looked at was geographical barriers. So as I mentioned, we looked at roadways. One of the rules we created was you cannot cross a major highway, major freeway, and in some cases that occurred in the previous zonal structure. And another one we looked at was just barriers such as like creeks and rivers, where there wasn't a major access point, and we don't want the traffic to load onto a way that's just not possible from a driving perspective. And so from these locations, even if it's smaller than the census block, we split along these rivers to better load onto the proper adjacent arterial and collector streets. So this is an example of the actual network here. And this was a traffic count that we looked at. You can see on the left, there's the previous network. And then on the right, this is where in the gray, we have TAZs, and the dashed lines are called centroid connectors. So it's a representation of residential streets that load onto collectors and minor arterials. And you can see that in this particular case, we were closer to the model volume again, or the traffic volume on that given roadway. Again, this was an extensive iterative process. We would look at our volume validation by capacity class, and then go through and further refine where those centroid connectors are attached and better reflect the neighborhoods to get a slightly better validation on our network to the 2016 traffic counts. Another update that we did, and we heard this as a need, I believe, that came out of the SB743 working group, but and I didn't actually know this at first, but it was our understanding that there was somewhat of a void area in East Placer County between the TRPA, which is the Tahoe MPO or RTPA, and Sacog, and it has to do with a strange geography where Sacog is not within the Tahoe basin of Placer County, and then I-80 jumps in and out, and Truckee into Nevada, which is not part of the Sacog region. So since this was not necessarily, didn't have the detail needed to do BMT fees or studies such as in the ski resorts in those areas, we first refined the block groups to better reflect where the existing land use is. So you can see in the red is the old previous large TAZ, and in the blue is the new zonal structure. So I believe we went from 1 traffic analysis zone to 6 in this area. The next piece that we did was we added in the roadways of 89 and 267, as well as connecting those to I-80, and created new gateways. So gateways are the boundaries of our Sacog model, and those has a separate, complete separate update. But the key thing here is that we did add new gateways. We now have gateways that we have associated and incorporated into the model based on PEMs and traffic volumes on those areas for 267 and Highway 89. So if you have any more questions on this, you're welcome to follow up with me. I'm happy to explain more details, but this was something we were happy to do as part of this analysis. And I'm glad it came up because since we have the land use at the parcel level, we actually do have the land use at the disaggregated level of detail that we were able to easily incorporate this in the model. As my understanding is, it might be difficult in other models that are not at the parcel level. So that's the update for the zones and the network. I will be following up after Darren gives a presentation on conflation on some of our findings on the network speeds. The next steps for this is we are going to release both the GIS and modeling files of this for the beta test group to poke around and review and provide any comments.
Are you ready for questions, Kyle?
Yes, thank you.
Okay, it looks like Ron's first question was answered by Yan Mei in the chat. So we'll move on to David's question. Are you updating lengths of centroid connectors as well?
Yes, we did update centroid connectors. As I showed in the fairly detailed slide here, the TAZ boundaries are represented by the centroid itself. So we moved centroids to represent the new location. And then we actually created a brand new centroid. All the centroids are new. So we used a tool that manually automatically populates 5 centroids or 3 centroids to the closest link. Kind of did a systematic programming of removing the ones that crossed and then cleaned up. And so we have generally 3 centroid connectors per new TAZ. And as I mentioned, those were manually checked to be connecting to the proper locations.
Kyle, can you address that proper location statement, since the example you showed on the screen has loading into centroids, and both John Gibb and I mentioned that has generally been a practice we've avoided because, you know, local roads collectors don't load into intersections, they load into those connecting arterials. And so this would be the typical thing that on an application for a corridor study, a general plan, something like that, we would immediately have to go in and fix.
Yeah, thanks, Ron. That was a discussion. And so where we manually adjusted them, we tried to move to the away from the intersections. That said, we did not move all of them away from the intersections. I think that's something we can do if we really need to. One of the reasons was to eliminate the number of additional node splits that we were adding. But I think to your point, I think if you could follow up to really the reasons why, and sorry, I don't have the chat in front of me, that's required, we might be able to do another review of that before this is released.
Yeah, just the main reason is, you know, you're trying to represent the actual network and how it loads, and where it loads can make a big difference on a particular segment, whether or not in the future it needs to be 4 lanes or 6 lanes. So when you start loading to the central intersection locations, it just skews the actual loading. So it may be something that is more sensitive in growth areas where they're still expanding the road networks. In other settings where they're not making a lot of changes, you know, it may you may get by with the loading into the center of the intersection. But definitely in those growth areas, it's been an issue for us in the past. And John may have some other situations where it's been a challenge.
Yeah, thanks, Ron. I know we also talked about that being sometimes an issue when you're analyzing specific intersections and getting the turning movements. So that's something we can look into and may be able to figure out some type of update to incorporate during this next couple months.
Great. Okay, next question. Will the VMT thresholds and screening maps change with the new base year conditions?
Yes, when the next MTP SCS is adopted. Yame, do you want to talk about when we update those screening maps?
Sorry, what's your question again? I was kind of looking at the.
Will the screening maps be updated?
Yeah, that will be 2024. Yeah, after the new plan adopted.
Perfect. Keep an eye out for that. And then John Gibb had a clarification that Alpine Meadows Olympic Valley boundary should be mountain, not creek. And you can't drive directly from Soda Springs to State Route 89. And so to remove that from the Centroid connector, and so we'll take note of that. And then David had a question, but you're not using real network links for centroids, right? It's still straight line distance, right?
That's correct. So we have the capability to incorporate vertices to get that true shape, but we have not migrated over completely to a true shape network. So if you, and we can talk more about the details on this, but you can create the vertices to get the actual distance, and then when you export that to run the model in a stick and ball, it will reflect the distance that's added in those real curvature links. So it's more than straight line distance if you add that into the network.
Next question, when will the PPA tool be updated with the new SACSIM model information?
So I think further in this discussion, Darren will have this afternoon, he'll have some new tool updates and he can address that there. We want to put that, if we can just put a placeholder in that one.
Perfect. And that's all the questions in the chat. Oh, just kidding. Has there been any notable changes in a model runtime attributed to the network in TAZ update?
Yes, we have noticed increased runtime in the assignments based on larger OD matrices. So the DASIM updates don't have much impact on runtime, given that we already have a parcel level. They're just in better code. At this time, I'm not sure the best way to reduce assignment processing, given the number of just time periods and other things that we have incorporated into the model due to many different requests and policy standards. And so I'm hoping that if anybody in the beta test group has any recommendations on performance enhancement, that would be great to incorporate, in particular in assignment. And to that next question, that would increase the runtime. We currently have not broken out any more time periods. We have 3 time periods for the AM peak and 3 time periods for the PM peak, and 9 total.
Thank you, Kyle. Can you build in 9 core clusters, daily modeling network outputs, turn movement outputs, and turn penalties into stock scripts?
I think turn penalties may be something that we could include. We can follow up with that. We definitely have daily model network outputs. Yeah, Dave, maybe we can follow up with that question. Probably a good beta test question too, if others have done it. All right. Well, I will hand this off to Darren. I think we're a little behind schedule, but we can probably try to catch up. In my next piece is a little shorter. So thank you, everyone.
All right. Yeah, thanks, Kyle. Let me just get my screen shared again. There. Screen. All right. So this is a bit of a in the weeds topic, but I'm going to talk about this is part 1 of a 2-part series that Kyle will do part 2 of. And the general goal is we wanted to update the assumed free flow speeds in the model to more accurately reflect what are real world free flow speeds out there. And then also we wanted to get a sense of how reasonably our model captures observed congested speeds, for different times of the day. Kyle will go more over the validation results, but this first part will be sort of, well, how did we get the speed data to a point where we could directly compare it with the modeled speed data? A little about the speed data source. It's known as the National Performance Measurement Research Dataset, or NPM-RDS. The data is originally sourced by INRIX and provided to us free through via FHWA. The data are also used and they're pretty widely used. They're the standard data set for federal PM3 reporting metrics. Sacog also used these metrics in its 2020 regional progress report, and it's also the source traffic congestion data that we use in our congestion management process updates. The data are the route data are sourced from mobile devices and in-vehicle Bluetooth and navigation devices. So it's observed data. So it's a great data set, and the desired outcomes of using it are that we want to, like I said earlier, validate SACSIM's congested speeds against observed congested speeds. And then also we want to update our free flow speeds based on what people are actually driving during uncongested conditions. But the big challenge is the data come in a set of certain link sizes and shapes and curves, and we need to get those data from those links onto the SACSIM model links. And this process is known as conflation. And this is sort of a visual of what the conflation problem looks like. So the observed speed segments are the sort of light blue ones, and the SACSIM model links are the green lines. As you can see, there are a lot of places where the SACSIM model links for a given road have a very different length and shape, and even a slightly and generally even a different alignment from the real world road that they are supposed to represent. For modeling purposes, this is not a big deal that they vary slightly from the real world geometry, but it is a very big deal. And if we want to try to get data that's stored on each of those blue lines and tag it to the correct green line. So we ended up being able to run a conflation script where basically about 80% of the observed the data from about the observed data from about 80% of the links containing observed data were able to successfully get tagged to the correct model link. But of course, there's, even under the best of circumstances, no conflation process is ever perfect. And so for a ballpark of about 20%, that remaining 20%, we had to go in manually and sort of fill in the blanks. Another wrinkle was that not all, even after doing the 100%, the 80% scripted and the 20% manual, there were still a fair number of model links that, just because there were no observed speed data there, we had to get sort of impute an average based on capacity class, which I think Kyle might go into in his slide in his presentation. But this is sort of what the conflation result looks like. So the blue, the stuff that's sort of the attributes that are outlined in blue, those are actual SACSIM link attributes. And then the stuff in the orange box are basically for those model links. Those are the attributes that were through the script or manually taken from corresponding real world links and put over. And you can see, for example, on the third row down, like Folsom Boulevard, we have that FFS 85th 60th. That's a bit complicated to explain, but we use that it's one definition of free flow speed that we use for our project performance assessment tool. And it's basically, it takes the 85th percentile speed for freeways and the 60th percentile speed for arterials, trying to factor as a sort of rough way to factor in that even a free flow speed on an arterial could be slowed down due to signal delay. Another definition of free flow speed here is this straight up 85th percentile free flow speed. And then the last definition that we tested is also using the average speed as measured between 10 p.m. and 4 a.m. But for the purposes of this presentation, the actual numbers are not the key thing. It's more about the process of how we got those numbers from the observed data set. So there's this is actually a pretty useful tool. We likely will be rerunning it as the coverage of observed data changes and hopefully increases. And we want to update the free flow speeds in the future. The source code for the script is all available on our GitHub repository, and I believe Hannah will put a link to the conflation repository into the chat. As a heads up, it's not a ready to go out of the box tool. It's rather the Python scripts that we used and is provided to give transparency to our methodology, as well as for those who are familiar with Python, adapted for their own purposes. So thank you.
Perfect. I dropped that link in the chat. And it looks like I'm the only comment right now. So if anybody wants to, or if anybody has any questions, feel free to write it in the chat, or you can unmute yourself at this time.
Hi, Darren. I might have missed the point of like ultimately what gets coded in the model for those free flow speeds. Are they rounded to say like the nearest 5 mph bin, or are they still kind of reflective of that, whatever average you end up using?
So I actually ended up not doing the final decision on whether we rounded it or not. So I don't know if, for example, if it was 63.5 miles an hour, if that got rounded up to 65. Kyle, or did you do any adjustments like that?
So in the next piece, Jimmy will talk about those details. I also am trying to remember. I guess I should say that we're in the process of testing this right now, so nothing is set. But I believe we did round them, and Eason, maybe you can drop into the chat if we rounded, or if we went to the nearest 5 mile an hour or to the nearest mile an hour.
It's rounded to the nearest mile per hour. Yeah.
Kind of a follow-up question just with speeds. With that data set, is there going to be any type of validation to say like congested speeds once you run through the assignment?
Yeah, so maybe I should jump into my presentation,
Okay.
Darren, and then we can both answer questions at the end. I think we wanted to include the piece that Darren just did while being very technical, just to note that we did this conflation process and automated it to at least a somewhat of a part, which this is always a very difficult thing to do. And so we're sharing those results, and if anybody has other things that are similar to this, we want others to be able to see what we did and replicate it. All right. Can everyone see my screen?
No, we can't.
No? Okay. Try that again.
We can see it now. You're good to go.
Thanks. All right, so this, as I just alluded to, is definitely not finished. We have not validated our model, nor have we even finalized our inputs for the next blueprint validation process, but we have updated our tools and thought a lot about our methodology to incorporate some of this new speed data that we just didn't have access at a regional level before. And then while we're doing that, we made some improvements to our model validation that we wanted to share. So as I mentioned, none of this is finalized. And so we are interested in this group's thoughts and discussion on what could be improved, or maybe what you all do with on your projects regarding speed, reasonableness testing, or validation. So as Darren mentioned, we now have access to the NPN RDS INRIX speed data, and we actually, I forget the name, but we also conflated another network to get posted speeds as well. So that's going to be a new attribute that's on the model, regardless of what the free flow speed is. So you're welcome to look at the difference, use posted speed if that's a requirement for your study. So that was something we felt like we should add to the network as well. So we're interested in two questions. One, what should the free flow speed be? And then two, how sensitive is the model to the free flow speed input? So what so far, and we've put together a couple other studies, but we really put 3 tested model scenarios together with the new TAZN network structure. The first one looking at existing free flow speeds. I believe some on this call may have more information than I do on how these free flow speeds were developed by speed surveys. So feel free to share that either at the end or in the chat. But we have the free flow speeds by capacity class currently in the model. As the second comparison, we used the 85th 60th free flow speed that Darren described. This is something that we use for the PPA tool, and it's how we've reflected speeds for other uses. So we wanted to test that out. Then we also took the INRIX data and looked at what we're calling free flow speed during the evening or the nighttime hours. Initially, we did 12 p.m. to 2 a.m., which you would assume has no traffic. Due to the lower sample size, we expanded that and confirmed that there's also not much any congestion all the way to 4 a.m. Or 10 p.m. for a typical weekday. So we increased that, and then we're using whatever that number is, rounded to the nearest mile per hour as our observed speed. And then Jimmy, to get to your question, that is our input. So these are the columns represent the SACSIM23 and previous free flow speeds, 16th, 85th, 60th free flow speed, and 10 to 4. And I know this is a little small, but then what we're doing is comparing by time period the model congested speed against the INRIX congested speed during those time periods, the average speed. So you can see these box plots. Knowing that this is a static assignment, we don't want to over calibrate, which is why we're not really using the term validate, but this is more reasonableness checking, right? Is our model overestimating in some time periods or underestimating in others? Is it reasonably similar to what the mean congested speeds are? And this is one of our first attempts to try to better represent what the congestion is per time period. So you can see again, this is we did this for every capacity class. And this is the cap class 1. So this is for freeways. Sorry, this should not be major arterials, but this is a preliminary results on what the mean congested speed is. We're looking at the standard deviation and really trying to plot it to better determine what the speed should be. In general, we found that the model is sensitive to adjusting these input speeds. And we found that different input speeds reflect better for different capacity classes. So the 85th percentile seems to be a good indicator for freeways, where the full free flow 10 to 4 a.m. actually performs slightly better for arterials. So this is showing the arterials where the previous free flow speeds, the 85th, or I guess 60th percentile speeds, are both slightly overestimating what is actually congested. And the actual INRIX free flow actually is quite a bit closer to what these major arterials congested is once we run the assignment. So again, we haven't updated the free flow speeds, but we intend to, and we wanted to just open it up to this forum in the beta test group on what we should do for next steps. I should also mention that we're adding these free flow speeds in, and then also checking traffic volume validations, because that's truly what we validate to. And as part of this process, we've written Jupyter notebooks. This is an online browser tool that's definitely becoming an industry standard. It's in Python. It doesn't necessarily mean you need to know how to write Python, because you can wrap nice text around it and really press run. These are still in development phases, but Ethan's putting together some great code that we hope to share later this summer for others to test. And really what this does is it allows us to do quick period speed and volume validation tests by time period. So again, none of this is finalized as a final validation, but this is some of the development work that we're doing to be able to share these tools for project use, as well as our own use for our MTP SACSIM validation. So yeah, with that, I want to just open it up to any discussion, thoughts on this. I should mention we also, yeah, if there's no questions, we also did reach out to quite a number of peer MPOs to see what they were doing, and I think there's a wide range, but ultimately a lot of MPOs still don't have a nice conflation process to be able to use this free flow speed or big data checks on a regular basis. So yeah, I think this is a good time and opportunity to continue doing further research and testing.
Kyle, in your initial validation checks, are you finding it generally matching up? When we've seen other MPOs attempt this, speeds are a proxy for lots of things related to the attractiveness of certain paths, and it created a pretty bad ripple effect in terms of the static validation results. Are you finding that so far?
No, I would say that it's minor changes, not significant, but we are also in the process of re-estimating all the DASIM coefficients and incorporating our new land use and looking at new traffic counts. So I would say that we're still working on it, but no extreme changes from the speed update.
Yeah, the one area
Ethan,
that
feel free to add on to that too.
Yeah, the one area that was always really sensitive were the bridge crossings downtown. So they had kind of what I would consider special speed treatments to reflect the relative attractiveness of those. So that might be a particular area you hone in on when you're doing the checks.
Okay. Yeah, Ethan, do you want to add into any of our preliminary findings?
No, you have explained things quite quite comprehensively and clearly.
Yeah, and thanks again. Like I said, Ethan put together these Jupyter notebooks, so I think there'll be some really helpful tools for everyone to use moving forward. All right, I think if
Oh, one question. In the SACSIM23 model, the output networks are 9 different time period networks. For the daily networks, are we assuming the same free flow speeds at different times of the day? How about travel time and speed in the daily network?
so, the assignment is run at the period level, but we do enter the free flow speed at a single free flow speed time, and then as the assignment runs in the feedback group, the congested speed is used per time period. All right, I will stop sharing, and I believe Ibrahim is next. Is that correct, Hannah?
Correct.
Okay.
Ibrahim,
Maybe you can.
if you're ready.
Yeah, I'm ready. Let me share my screen. Hello, everybody. I'm Ibrahim. I'm part of the modeling team here at Sacog. And I'm going to give you a brief update on the population synthesis process we've had here. And if you just want to take one thing away from this presentation, is that we've made changes to the way we synthesize our population to represent reality more accurately. That's it. And so let's start. So why do we synthesize populations? We need those synthetic individuals for our activity-based model that basically uses these synthesized populations with demographic characteristics, and we know where they live, how much money they make, etc. And we assign them to trips and tours, and we model their behavior. And if we were able to model their characteristics better, we're able to model their trips better. And based on the survey that was sent out in the first session, I saw that maybe half of you are familiar with the process, the other half was not. Kyle presented a bit about the population synthesis process. So just to make sure that we're all we're talking about the same thing, let's have a quick summary of the process, starting with what are our inputs. We have the first input we have are sample persons and households. We get this data from the census. People fill out their income, how many people there are in their household, their ethnicity, their age, etc. And we couple that with control totals. So we also get this from the American Community Survey, which also falls under the census. And it tells us that for a certain region, we have this many one-person households, for example. We have this many people making above 100K. We have this many people below age 18. And we get those for certain geographic areas. We put those inputs into our synthesizer or generator, and this is where all the processing happens. And this gives us our synthetic households and populations. So in the Sacog region, we get around maybe 2.5 million individuals with certain characteristics living in maybe around 900,000 households. And previously, the synthesizer that we've used was PopGen. PopGen did a very good job at population generation or synthesis. But we did receive some comments that mentioned it was not very user-friendly or some people having trouble using it. And with time, new tools have appeared that we saw potential for using. And that's why we have switched to population sim. In today's presentation, I'm going to discuss some features that we looked at in our decision. And if you want more details on more details about the results and some further comparisons, please join tomorrow's session. There will be a more detailed presentation about the results. So the first main thing the first main feature we considered between these two synthesizers is the control geographies. PopGen 1.1 allows only one control geography, while Population Sim allows unlimited geographies. Why are these control geographies important for us in terms of population synthesis? Why would it matter? So when I say geography, it usually is a reference to something like a census geography, a tract. And for this particular example, I chose the tract where our beloved office space is, downtown Sacramento. And you can see here that in this tract is it's not very small. Well, it is small, but it has a lot of different land uses over here. And the data we have at the tract level is usually very good, very low margins of error. But the census also gives us information at the block group level, which is even finer and gives us a better representation on what's happening where. So we have over here in the central region, we have fewer households, and over here we have more households, and that is reflected by the census data. But the problem, so you might think, why don't we just directly use this? The problem with block groups sometimes is that for certain characteristics, like the number of workers in a household, for example, we don't have that data everywhere, or the margins of error are quite large. So it's not reasonable to use. But for a lot of attributes and characteristics like income and age, we do have very good information at this block group level. And if you want to go even finer, we have the traffic analysis zones. And thanks to the update that we've had to our 2007 TAZs, and now the traffic analysis zones match up with the 2020 census geographies. And you can see we've split down this block group into two, where here we have more buildings and some households over here, versus here it's mostly office space, parking, and the park. And the traffic analysis zones are basically how we assign traffic, people going from this area to this area. So why is this important? And how do these two different synthesizers reflect that? With PopGen, since you're limited to one control geography, you're going to be limited to tract, because that's where we know everything. But with unlimited geographies, you can control for different things at different levels. And this allows us to have a better reflection of reality. And we're able to represent people better and know where they're going to and from. And that will have impacts on our model. The next important feature that we looked at was attribute weights. PopGen uses equal weights for everything except household number. It makes sure that we hit that household number per tract exactly, while Population Sim does that in addition to allowing us to specify certain weights. And let's talk a little bit about why this is important. Nowadays, we have a lot of questions about equity, or about certain traffic characteristics, and we want to make sure that these are reflected in a better way. So, for example, you can say, "Oh, I want to get the current model that equates all the other attributes as equally important. Doesn't do a very good job at representing low-income individuals or ethnicity. So maybe I want to give that attribute a little bit more importance so that I would match those census totals on those attributes. And it will help us answer more equity-related questions and other travel-related questions like age. Age is a big deterministic of travel behavior. And we're capable of hitting those numbers and control numbers much better if we're able to give them more weight. Another feature is sample weights. The census gives us these samples and tells us that some of these samples are more representative than others. While if you wanted to incorporate this sample weight issue and the importance of each sample in PopGen, it could be done, but it was a tedious process. Right now, it's automatic, and the way it's automatic, and the way that the fitting technique works is that we give, instead of just putting everything, every error, every underrepresented group in slightly bigger tracks, trying to hide those errors, we give those more importance and we highlight those. And finally, you might think, okay, this seems like a more complicated process. It's going to take forever to run. It's actually much faster to run and for us to do our testing, and for you if you wanted to run this process. So for several of all these reasons, we can see that that's why we switched. And if you want more details into an actual comparison on how these two synthesizers performed, please join in tomorrow. But otherwise, please let me know if you have any questions, and feel free to drop me an email.
Thank you, Ibrahim. That was fantastic. We do have one question. Can PopSynth take feedback from land use changes?
The feedback from the land use changes, I believe, will go not in PopSynth, but in fact into the allocation process. So let's say we have, if we change the land use and in the allocation process, and in terms of, let me think about this for a second. Also, the way we have set it up is that we're using land use information like dwelling units and where they are located inside certain TAZs to control for where households are. So let's say now we know that there's more development on a certain TAZ. We know that to assign more households to that TAZ. So that's how it would take the feedback, I would say.
And I can add a clarification on that I glazed over into this morning's session. But when we do our forecasting, we develop a population and households for each forecast, and that does take into account the different residential density and land use types that come from our land use forecasting model. So we look at residential density and then where the number of dwelling units of those places are, and that's where we assign the different populations and households.
Yeah, thank you, Kyle.
Thank you. We have another question. Will this be accompanied with the new process for creating marginal files?
Yes, you might think that creating those new marginal files, some of them at the blog group level, some of them at the track level will be more complicated, but we have developed a tool here at Sacog that just extracts the information you need from the Census website using an API. It's an R-based tool, that you just tell all the information you need, and it does all the extracting and processing for you. We have a more general tool for answering control total questions, and a more specific tool to generate the marginal files we need for the synthesizer itself.
Thank you. And that's all that's in the chat. I'll open it up again. If anybody has any more questions or needs further clarification, feel free to unmute yourself. Okay.
Yeah.
Looks like there are no questions, so we're going to take a 15-minute break. If you all want to join back at about 2:20, and we'll jump back into it.
Great, thanks Ibrahim. Thanks Hannah.
Thank you.
See everyone soon.
Okay, looks like we're at our time for break. So if everyone wants to come back, we'll give everyone just a moment. I know I didn't give exactly 15 minutes. Thank you, Shengyi. Your presentation is all set up and I can see it on my screen. Maybe give us just one more moment for people to come back online. Okay, whenever you're ready.
Hey, good afternoon, everyone. I do hope the short break could just give you more energy so that we can continue our presentations. So here I just give you some tests of a high level about what we did for DaySim. I shared by Cal earlier today, and the DaySim is a core module in SACSIM. So the DaySim basically means daily personal travel simulator. So it simulates the travel activity at the personal level. And so this is the major, it is updating the DaySim. It's at the top of the wish list from last user conference. So just because, we do have the data to do, this task. So we do hope address the changes in demographics and travel behavior with the latest regional house travel survey. And besides this, we also have a planning. We have a planning needs of 2024 blueprint. So we do want to address the impacts of red hailing and also the impact of the telework, which becomes more and more important since the COVID-19. As we all know, a lot of public agencies are allow their employees to do a hybrid the work schedule, and either 2 days at home or in office, and then 3 days in office or at home, or full-time telework. So this is what we did. So the major updates. So the first, so we re-estimate all the choice model parameters with the house travel survey. So that's the 23 sets of the parameters, and we add the TNC in the choice model as a mode, and also add a telework in-person day pattern choice. So the other improvements include the work and the school locations and the work tour destination choices, and also the paid share model. And we also changed the type of the control files and the path structure. Right now, it's more user-friendly and it's more readable and more user-friendly. Besides all this, and our consultant RSG also updated the calibration tools. So now it's relatively easier to do the calibration with automated summary of the calibration results and adjustments. So this is just to give a little bit more detail about the TNC. So TNC in SACSIM23, we don't have the TNC. It's assumption about TNC in SACSIM23, and in the new version of SACSIM or DaySim, it's a designated mode. It's a new mode, and with designated utility function in mode choice. And we also include that heading into the calculation of trip distance. So here, just thanks to Fair and Pierce, so we used the work done by Fair and Pierce. This is based on Fair and Pierce, the research, and then 40% of the TNC VMT is that heading. For more details, how we include the data heading into the SACSIM, so please join the tomorrow morning's session. So we will invite our consultant, RSG, to present the details of the new TNC mode and title work modules. So we include we do some improvements about work at home and telework. So here, just give you the definition. So what is a work at home and what is a telework? Sometimes the people just use the same words with a different meaning, or what we said is not necessarily the definition used by ACS in particular. For ACS. So in our model, the work at home means a worker doesn't have an office other than home. So in SACSIM, only self-employed workers work at home. So the work at home is the variable in person table. So which means if we want to do a summary about the work at home, we just run the person table. Just to give a condition, the work parcel should be equal to the home parcel. And for telework, telework is defined, a worker has a long-term work location outside home, and the teleworker either part-time or full-time as a person day pattern. So in the simulation, it is a two-stage simulation. So the first is treated as it is exclude the work at home, and then the randomly select a part of the workers as a teleworker. It's just based on the utility function. It is a new variable in person day table. So that said, if we want to summarize, who actually telework on a specific day, and then we will just run the person table. So if we want to know more about the person and the household characteristics, and then we have to link the person day table to a household table and a person table, so that we have a full picture about the persons who telework. Yeah, that's pretty much the information I will share. Do you have any questions? I will answer some high level of the questions. For more detailed questions, probably we will have more time to discuss it tomorrow, and the RSG will answer this question more thoroughly than I do. Thank you.
We do have 2 questions in the chat right now. The first one from Ron. When adding telework in person day pattern choice, does it influence the activity and travel patterns of other household members?
It totally depends. It totally depends on the setup. So if there's a couple trips, and then definitely they will affect the family members. So we separated the telework from their other day pattern, just because not because we think the telework will reduce VMT, but we do want to address their travel pattern, and then in particular their work-related trips and then some other non-work-related trips. Does that answer your question, Ron?
It kind of does, Shinji. I think it raises the issue, though, that to the extent that different forms of telework, whether you're doing it, 1 or 2 days of work versus you're doing it 4 or 5, you had that ripple effect on the household. And just looking at the Sacog 2018 household survey, we saw plenty of examples where telework, people that were teleworking for convenience, that kind of thing, their households had higher, total VMT when you look at it on a full week schedule. So we'd want to minimize the potential that you put someone into a telework position that's doing it part-time, and the model shows that it reduces their VMT, when in reality they change their activities. The activities of the household can also change, and you end up with higher levels of VMT.
Yeah, because we still have the household location choice and work location choice, so they are all related. And our household travel survey did a 7-day survey, and then we averaged it down, and then created a typical weekday. So that should represent the travel pattern for all people, and then they are connected to each other, in particular for the family members.
Thank you. We'll move on to the next question. What was the response in household travel survey? Was the survey collected only for the Sacog region?
For the first question, the response rate is about 5%. So we collected 4,000 households from the whole region, and the survey only covers Cycog area. I mean, covers the Cycog residents. We actually record their travel as long as, no matter if they travel within Cycog area or out Cycog area. So we did collect a couple of travels started from Los Angeles, and then came back from the weekend from Los Angeles to El Dorado County. A lot of travel between Bay Area and Cycog area.
Thank you, Xingyi. That's all of the questions that are in the chat.
Okay.
Thanks, Xingyi. So I think we have Darren to give a few more features that are changes in SACSIM23. So we know there's a lot, but I want to thank you again for sticking with us and just want to share this so everybody has a chance to start looking into what's new.
All right, am I good to go, Kyle?
Yes, you are.
All right, let's see. Share, full screen. All right, I'm just gonna give a overview of what some of the transit updates are for SACSIM23. First and foremost was just a update of the base year transit service assumptions. So like which routes are out there, where they go, what the headways are, spans of service, etc. Generally, they were based on GTFS feeds. There were a few at the time operators who did not have GTFS data, and we just manually updated the modeled transit service assumptions based on just their schedules and maps. It's a little more onerous, but fortunately they didn't have too many routes. But yeah, GTFS and schedules. And then in terms of transit assumptions, we were assuming January 2020 transit service. So transit service as it was immediately before COVID. This is in line with the general blueprint assumption for the base year of pre-COVID 2020 conditions. There was a lot of debate about how to account for COVID related lockdowns and their significant effects on travel behavior, and we decided to go with pre-COVID 2020. So that's what we took that assumption and propagated it to transit. Updating the base year service assumptions for transit is a fairly routine part of any model update. So this is more of a FYI. However, one other change we made that's worth noting is that for the transit line file, we've separated out operator and fare system attributes. So referring to the left side of this slide for SACSIM23, the operator variable was also referred to the fare system. So for example, YOLO bus commuter used to have an operator ID of 4, and YOLO bus local had an operator ID of 3. So even though the operator was technical, even though it's the same agency, it had 2 different operator values because the YOLO bus commuter has a different fare structure from YOLO bus local. So gets a little confusing and creates some issues. So we decided to update it so that we have separate operator and fare system attributes. So the operator ID now just refers to the actual agency, and the fare system refers to, well, the fare system. It's just a lot more intuitive. So using our same example of YOLO bus commuter and YOLO bus local, you can see in SACSIM23, they both have the same operator ID, but they retain their different fare system. So this is a way to accommodate the fact that a lot of transit agencies have different fare structures depending on what type of service you're using. Some of the reasons that we did this and the benefits are that it's just more intuitive. If you see the word operator in the line file, you now know that that means agency and is not sort of this agency / fare system. Another one is that it's very helpful for when there are operator changes and annexations, of which there have been several over the years in the Sacramento region. A notable example was last year, actually, when SAC-RT annexed all of the Elk Grove E-Tran lines. In this example, that was a case in which the operator changed, but RT for the time being has been retaining Elk Grove's old fare system, old fares. So basically having these be separated out allows us in the transit line file to say these are now RT, like for summarizing by operator purposes, we can now say these are RT lines, but they have this old Elk Grove fare system. So this change does not substantively affect model outputs. This is more just for making the variable names more intuitive and for making it easier to do aggregations and summaries and sorting based on transit agency. That's it. Thank you. Oh yeah, questions, of course.
Thank you, Darren. So far, there are no questions in the chat. Just kidding. How is health risk being factored into travel behavior related to willingness to use transit or share rides?
I don't know offhand. I would defer to if anybody else on the modeling team has looked into that.
I don't have an answer offhand either, but we can look into that and get back to you, Ron.
Another question, has there been any assessment for adding transit ridership and sensitivity to external transit, for example, Capitol Corridor or the San Joaquins?
At this time, no. That is an admitted weakness of the current model is, for example, the Capitol Corridor ends effectively just goes from Auburn to Davis. We do, I believe, and I think Kyle could speak more to this, we do some adjustments to some of the gateway traffic volumes. But to sort of capture the effects of having transit that leaves the region, but on the transit ridership side, we do not capture that presently.
Yeah, that's right. So it's just a post model adjustment to the gateways for the expected ridership of those areas. It's rather minor from the vehicle side, but as Darren mentioned, it currently is not captured outside of our region. But we may be able to look at other tools to determine what some of those ridership are. I know there's some mega region modeling going on, not to mention other sources like perhaps Replica or others that we could get those ridership estimations.
Okay, it looks like there are no other questions in the chat. And I don't see anybody coming off mute. So before we jump into our next slide, again with Darren, we would like to gauge your familiarity with GitHub and some of our other tools. So I'm going to launch a poll now with just one question. Have you used any of Sacog's GitHub repositories? Answer A is I have never used GitHub before. I have never visited, or B, I have never visited any Sacog GitHub repositories. C, I have visited one or more Sacog GitHub repositories. And D, I have pulled files from one or more of Sacog's GitHub repositories. The answers are pouring in. We've got a good number of respondents, but we'll wait just another 20 seconds. Okay, about 80% of respondents participated. I'll share the results. So it looks like 41% of people have never used GitHub before. 38% have never visited any of Sacog's GitHub repositories, and 22% have visited one or more of GitHub repositories. Okay, and I will hand it back over to you, Darren.
All right. Thanks for managing the poll. Thanks to everyone who responded. Given that a large number of folks have never used GitHub before, just as a overview, GitHub is a pretty widely used online platform for sharing various just for sharing primarily code like Python code. It's where we keep our we share like latest versions of our SACSIM script. A lot of the in-house tools we do for calculating and processing, we put them on Sacog's GitHub, not only to hopefully so that other people can use them and benefit from them, but also in a spirit of transparency, so folks can be able to read our code and see the methodologies we use. Thank you, Hannah. Yeah, Hannah just put into the chat the main GitHub homepage for Sacog that contains the SACSIM repository, but also just all of the other areas in which Sacog may be writing code. So with that, I'll share my screen and talk about some of the tools that we have that are not the model itself, but leverage model data and can help facilitate usage of the model data. Let me just put my screen up. Share. And here. Oh, creatively call it other analysis tools. The first of them is a tool that I call the Quick Ag tool. This is for folks doing project level work. Well, I'll just tell you what it is. It provides a quick summary, as the name suggests, of some of the most common region level model outputs. Common being defined as the ones that we at Sacog are most likely to be asked about when trying to compare scenarios to one another. It's very useful for making fast top line comparisons of different scenarios, again, at the region level. And it is available on the script, and the tool itself is available on GitHub. And importantly, it is actually available. It is hosted on GitHub as it has a script file, but it also has an ArcGIS toolbox. So you can open up the toolbox in ArcGIS Pro and use the ArcGIS Pro tool interface to enter the inputs. You don't have to open it in a command line interface in order to use it, which is a sort of a nifty aspect of it. So as some of the inputs, you just enter a model run folder, and if you choose to, you can also enter a DBF file of roadway VMT, and then you hit a go button, and it takes usually about a minute to run. And then the output is a CSV that has, this is an example for it. I should not have called it live demo for UC, because it's just a demo. It's not a live demo, but as an example, it provides for the model run that you just specified, it just says, okay, this is the total population. This is the total internal to internal VMT. It is worth pointing out that it's very worth pointing out that this VMT is only VMT generated by residents for trips that start and end in the region. So it will appear a little bit lower than what we officially report, for example, in Sacog's MTP EIR, because that VMT figure has both the internal VMT, but also VMT made by residents that may start or end outside the region. It gives total trips made by residents. It gives the total, it gives per capita VMT per person, again, only for internal to internal trips made by residents. It also, if you chose a roadway VMT DBF file, it'll give you the total roadway VMT, congested VMT, and also the number of trips broken out by mode. So this is just a quick way to where if you're doing various scenarios or project, no project, and you want to get sort of region level comparisons, this just takes a minute to run, and it gives a nice output if you want to get like VMT or mode split. So just for your consideration, it's a nice quick tool to use. Another tool that is we also have the source code on GitHub, but you can actually use it online. It's a web tool, and I think I presented on this tool last year as well, but somebody brought it up earlier, so I figured I'll talk about it today too, is the project performance assessment tool. It summarizes a pretty diverse array of land use data, transportation system information, and congestion data surrounding a user-drawn project line. I believe Hannah will put in a link to the tool webpage if you want to check it out and run the tool yourself. We use it primarily to help evaluate projects to receive Sacog funding round money. The tool that is up there has been up since about 2020, and we expect to release a new version with updated data layers and also a few new metrics in January of 2023. And just kind of to end things, this slide shows examples of some of the PPA outputs. Again, there's a lot more outputs than just what's shown here, but as examples, a user draws a project line, the tool takes 5 to 10 minutes to run in a web page interface, and it produces an Excel report with a lot of data for the environment on and around the project line, such as total jobs and dwelling units within a half mile. If the data are available, it also provides what's the free flow versus congested speeds on the link. For those of you who are interested, this definition of congested is the average of the speeds that occur on that link during the slowest 4 hours of the day. And then also, this is another novel part of it. It sort of gives a sense of how much transit activity is happening on that line. This is an example project line here, where this heat map is highlighting areas where there's a lot of transit activity, just a lot of times per day that a transit vehicle is serving a stop at that location. So again, like I mentioned, we're going to have an updated version of the PPA tool likely in January 2023. The updates will not just be inputs so that we have 2020 rather than 2016 base year data, but it will also it'll also just incorporate a more user-friendly interface, and just generally all updatable data layers will have more up-to-date data in them. And that's it.
Thank you, Darren. We'll kick off with a question. For the congested speed, is it all vehicles, i.e. commercial and passenger? The GitHub documentation just says vehicles.
Yes, it is. It is based on NPM RDS data, and it's combined commercial and passenger.
Great. That was all that was in the chat, but if anybody would like to unmute and ask for clarification about anything that's been said during this conference, now's the time.
All right, well, if there's no further questions, I can give a little bit of an update of what's to come tomorrow. We do have a couple minutes left, so if you have some Q&A on either the morning sessions or anything that went by too fast today, still feel free to ask us or drop it in the chat. So tomorrow is, we're calling it the technical enhancements. So I know that was definitely on today's schedule, but we're going to do a little bit of a deeper dive tomorrow. First, Ibrahim's going to share some of the findings with the population synthesizer. As we mentioned, there's some pros and cons using the ACS data at different scales. And so we did a lot of testing, looking at different margins of error and others to determine when it's best to use what type of tool and why we ultimately decided to go to population SIM. We'll have a little bit of an update on some of the tools around that. As was mentioned earlier by Ibrahim in a Drita's question, we will have some additional tools that can help build the marginal files and ultimately input some of the land use, as well as the past tools already on GitHub. And then we will have a presentation from Shengyi, who is the project manager for the DASIM update. And from RSG, the consultants, we will have Mark Bradley, who will speak about the household travel survey and the calibration process of DASIM from Nagendra. I don't have Nagendra's last name, but we can formally introduce him tomorrow. So I apologize to that, Nagendra, if you're in the chat. And then finally, we will have a kickoff for the beta testers at the end. Again, it's just a morning session, so 3 hours. And we will explain the details of being part of the beta. Thank you, Dakar. I apologize for that. And we will kick off the beta test group. We'll show you where the files will be, what we need to sign to participate, and open up to really any questions and looking forward to it. And thank you again all for coming and all of the participation. It really helps make this Zoom virtual session happen with everybody participating in the chat. So really appreciate that.
Thank you, Kyle. And if you would like to keep participating, we have a survey to address how we did today and how we can improve for next time. I'm going to drop the survey link in the chat. If you will please take this right after you get off the call, and especially if you're not going to be here tomorrow. So here is the SurveyMonkey link. It can only take you 5 minutes.
All right. Thank you, everyone. And we will see you at 9 a.m. tomorrow.
All right, thank you.
Thank you.